السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء وإمام المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Good morning. Jazakumullah khair for coming. I just would like to remind you a few things. Number one, the policy of the masjid is no food, no drink other than water. So please try to obey by these rules, inshallah ta'ala. Second, if you have a child under the age of 10, we have a babysitting service. Please make sure you don't leave your son or your daughter in the lobby running while you are attending the course. You can go in the lobby, talk to Brother Hussam, and have your son or your daughter part of the babysitting service. Don't let them run in the lobby. Jazakumullahu khaira. The plan for today, inshallah ta'ala, is going to be as follows. We'll start right now, inshallah ta'ala, until 11:30, and then we have 15 minutes break, and then we resume 11:45 until Salat al-Dhuhr, 1 p.m., and then inshallah ta'ala we'll be having a break for Salat al-Dhuhr and 1 hour break for lunch. So we resume 2:30. So we have from Salat al-Dhuhr until 2:30 as lunch long break, and then we resume 2:30 until 5. But in between we have another short break, inshallah ta'ala, from 2:30 to 3:30, and then we have 15 minutes break, and then 3:45 until 5, inshallah ta'ala. So we'll be having a long day, but inshallah ta'ala fruitful, blessed learning experience, inshallah ta'ala. Again, on behalf of you, we welcome Dr. Al-Qudah with us. He came all the way from Houston. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward him, and bless his time and his effort and his projects that he's working for. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all. Jazakumullah khair. تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم نور قلوبنا بالعلم وزين أخلاقنا بالحلم وافتح بيننا وبين قومنا بالحق وأنت خير الفاتحين. أصبحنا وأصبح الملك لله والحمد لله لا شريك له لا إله إلا هو وإليه النشور. أصبحنا على فطرة الإسلام وكلمة الإخلاص وعلى دين نبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى ملة أبينا إبراهيم حنيفا وما كان من المشركين. اللهم إنا أصبحنا منك في نعمة وعافية وستر، فأتم علينا نعمتك وعافيتك وسترك في الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم ما أصبح بنا من نعمة أو بأحد من خلقك فمنك وحدك لا شريك لك، فلك الحمد ولك الشكر. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك. رضينا بالله ربا وبالإسلام دينا وبمحمد صلى الله عليه وسلم نبيا ورسولا. ثم أما بعد، أهلا وسهلا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. طبتم وطاب ممشاكم وتبوأتم من الجنة منزلا بإذن الله. Let's resume where we stopped. Just a very quick recap. We discussed the status of riba yesterday and how severe this sin is from an Islamic perspective. It is prohibited every time, everywhere. 3 reasons behind the weakness of the Hanafi approach that says that dealing with interest or any void or invalid transactions outside the Muslim world is permissible. It's not a valid excuse that we do have a general hardship, in avoiding interest. Means like objectives. Yes, I mean, we want to be financially strong in this society, but it has to be done through the right method, the right way, the halal way. We said that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and His Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam are the ones who permit and the ones who prohibit for us, and we should not use our own justification and logics in permitting whatever is prohibited or prohibiting whatever is permissible. In al-hukmu illa lillah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the legislators. We do have default rules and exceptions. If darura or necessity is proven, then of course there is a dispensation, there is an excuse for those who are in the necessity of darura. Asking fiqh council actually is a good idea. You feel more comfortable when you follow a group of scholars versus following one individual. That individual mufti might be strict, might be conservative, might be lenient, might be not that educated in a certain field within al-fiqh al-Islami. That's very possible. We are human, we are not angels. And then we started talking about the technical definition of riba. We said that this is the very boring part of the presentation, tough, dry. Sometimes you think it is irrelevant, but actually it's very, very relevant, because understanding those, I would say, like fundamental rules of fiqh, right, of riba, helps you proceeding further with the practical example that we're going to be discussing. Talked about riba al-fadl, which is the exchange of homogeneous commodities, food or money, only for a cost plus. We talked about riba al-nasa, the submission of one item in any exchange of homogeneous commodities, food or money, only without deferring, while deferring the other item. We already explained what does it mean. And we said that riba al-nasiya, which is the most severe one, is a combination of riba al-fadl and riba al-nasa. It is the premium that has to be paid by the borrower to the lender, along with the principal amount, either as a condition for the loan or for the extension of its maturity. We discussed the riba items. We said that the items are subject to riba are either money or food, nothing else. If you still remember the example, you can exchange one car for two cars. You can exchange one house for three cars, because none of those items actually is a riba one. When it comes to money and food, we need to be extra careful, right? Cause for debt, we brought some examples. Nature versus wording. What matters in transaction is the essence and reality, not wording or formality. User loan contract. I think we stopped here. Am I correct? Okay. So we said that we have two different contracts who are subject to riba. Whenever you get involved in a loan agreement or a sale agreement, then you have to be careful, because we have a lot of restrictions here to make sure that the sale agreement or contract is a Sharia compliant one, it has no riba, as well as the loan agreement is a Sharia compliant one. User loan contract. If the borrower retains the loan with a stipulated increase, this is referred to as riba al-fadl. You exchange $10 for $12. We said yesterday several times that this is, from a practical perspective, makes no sense whatsoever, and it does not happen in the real life. To give someone $10 and you take it $12, right? We said that Prophet ﷺ purposely mentioned this example to make it clear that you cannot derive or extract money from the money without involving your money in actual real business. You want to make a profit, we would love to see you flourishing with your business, but you need to do it the right way. You buy, you sell, you manufacture, you commission, you do something, you add some value to the society, and then you deserve whatever profit you are aiming or targeting. But you cannot extract money from money this way. So as soon as interest is introduced to the loan agreement, the agreement is rendered sinful, whether that is at the onset of the agreement or later agreed upon. This reminds us with riba al-jahiliyyah. Remember? كان رجل يقرض الرجل فإذا جاء الأجل قال أمهلني وأزيدك. People used to lend to one another interest-free loan. Upon the maturity of the loan, they would introduce the possibility of adding interest for giving more time, right? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited this practice. If there is anything else imposed upon the borrower, whether it is an item or a required service, this would also be considered riba, with some exceptions. Some of the brothers ask me that if I borrow 1,000 from him and next month he will be in Uzbekistan, and he said that, okay, can you send me the money there? Out of pocket, I'm going to have to pay $15, $20, whatever, for Western Union. But he is not benefiting from that money. He's not putting those $15 in his pocket. He will be receiving how much? 1,000, no more, no less. Now, تكلفة نقل الدين أمر مباح. تكلفة نقل الدين, the cost of transferring the loan, that will be actually incurred by the borrower, not by the lender. The restriction that we have here is that the lender himself should not benefit financially in a monetary way or non-monetary way from the loan. Shaykh actually asked yesterday a question regarding a different kind of benefit, which is to avoid any risk. Like he gave someone $10,000 in order for the borrower to give those $10,000 to the Shaykh's parents in Algeria, because it's risky for him to transfer funds from USA to Algeria. Would that be counted as a benefit, like he has a peace of mind? Apparently, no. You are not benefiting, you are avoiding a harm. يعني هذا ليس من جلب النفع وإنما من دفع الضرر. وإنما من دفع الضرر. You have a peace of mind that someone else will manage, like, giving your parents the money to receive it on your behalf. So it's not like, technically it's not a benefit, right? I mean, you just avoid a kind of harm. So apparently, wallahu alam, there is a way to permit it. Non-stipulated gift. Someone gave me $5,000 a few years ago, and I couldn't pay him on time. And then later on, it came to my mind, without being asked, without being expected, right? Directly or indirectly. I decided to give him $6,000, although I have taken how much? 5,000. But as a kind of appreciation and thankfulness, okay? And maybe like to set off some of the loss that he incurred already because of the inflation. Especially if I taken the money before 2021 when the inflation in the US jumped all the way to 9-point-something%, believe it or not, which is something very unprecedented. It did happen back in 1981, 82, when the inflation in the US reached to maybe 7 or 8%. So this is something very, very abnormal. Anyway, I took 5,000, and out of by choice, not by force, without being asked, without being expected whatsoever, I decided to give him way more than what I have taken from him, right? Would that be counted as riba or not? No, it is not. No, it is not. Prophet ﷺ, according to Bukhari and Muslim both, he borrowed a certain amount of camels, certain quality, and when it was when the loan was mature, he couldn't find the same quality, so he asked one of his workers to pay back a quality that is better than the one that he has taken. And he says, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, أحسن الناس أحسنهم قضاءً. Okay, which means in English, the best of people. Okay, أفضلكم maybe أو أحسنكم أو كما قال صلى الله عليه وسلم. The best of people is the most excellent in repaying debts. And repaying debts, right? So again, if the borrower decides by himself to pay more than what he has taken without being stipulated, conditioned, required, directly or indirectly, that would be fine. Loan is exempted. If you want to go with the default rule, right? Default rule based on the definition of riba, you cannot give someone $5,000 and ask him to give it back to you after 1 year. You cannot, right? Because of the hadith, الذهب بالذهب الفضة بالفضة, gold for gold, silver for silver, مثلا بمثل يدا بيد. So if you want to go with the book, with the default rule, you cannot lend people money. I mean, this is the default rule. However, scholars actually are unanimous that there is a differentiation, or there must be a differentiation between the for-profit agreements versus non-for-profit agreements. عقود المعاوضات, profitable deals and agreements, versus non-profitable agreements. Now, if you're talking about a loan from a pure Islamic perspective, are you expected as a lender to gain any benefit some way, somehow? Nothing whatsoever. It has to be قرض حسن, interest-free loan, right? Because this is among عقود الإرفاق. عقود الإرفاق. We have عقود المعاوضات, عقود التبرعات. عقود التبرعات actually are the cooperative, are the non-for-profit, okay, are a devotion-based, if you wish, contracts or agreements. Okay, I wrote down in my wasiyah, in my last will, my bequest, that upon my death, I want $10,000 from my estate to be given to my local masjid. This is a aqd, this is an agreement. Am I expecting any benefit out of that? Monetary benefit. It's only the reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So aqd al-dayn, okay, in the Islamic law, the Islamic finance system, is among uqud al-irfaq. It is a non-for-profit agreements. Are we in agreement here? You are expecting none but the reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, because it is a non-for-profit agreement, then riba al-nasa is exempted. That's why you can give someone $5,000 and wait for 1, 2, 3 years to be paid back how much? How much? $5,000. No more and no less, right? So riba al-nasa, I mean, just to refresh your memory, riba al-nasa, actually, if you go back to the definition here is riba al-nasa. You see? The submission of one item in any exchange of homogeneous commodities. Oh, we are talking American dollars. And this is actually a kind of exchange. I give you 5,000, you give me back 5,000. If you want to go with the book, you take the 5, you give me the 5 on the spot. In the real life, it makes no sense whatsoever. You need the $5,000 for maybe a few months. So you take that money, you enjoy the money, and you come back to me after 6 months giving me $5,000. So this is a kind of exception from riba al-nasa. Why? Because عقد الدين is among عقود الإرفاق. The loan agreement is a non-for-profit agreement. And that's why, by the way, although it's too early to discuss it, that's why the mainstream fatwa nowadays is that any kind of government-based insurance, right? Any kind of government-based insurance, namely in the USA, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, according to the mainstream fatwa, are permissible despite the fact that there is a kind of gharar, ambiguity. You do not know how much you'll be getting paid back, for how long, when, where, how. You do not know any of the above. Yet, because the main reason behind this agreement is to bring a peace of mind, is to keep the financial risk to the minimum, right? It's a social security, right? That's why they said, well, we can overlook the gharar issue or the ambiguity or the uncertainty. Oh, it is okay for you to keep paying to the social security $150 a month, although you do not know when you're gonna die, or Allah forbids, when you become handicapped, how much your wife and your kids will be getting. We do not know any of the above from now. Yet, because of the nature of the agreement, we can let it go. It's too early to discuss it. I mean, just FYI, something to think about whenever it comes to discussing insurance, inshallah. Moving on. Non-stipulated gifts loan is exempted. User sale. Okay. User sale contract. Oh. عقد البيع الربوي. Now we said several times, loan contract and sale contract are subject to riba. If there is any riba might afflict or affect, okay, or prohibit an agreement, it should be either a loan agreement or a sale agreement. In some few cases, riba might be incorporated in different agreements, like the lease agreement. Who can remind me with the example that we mentioned yesterday? Ahsanti. Late fees, mashallah alayk. Late fees. Lease agreement is not subject to riba. However, if you add, or the lessor add, toward the end that in case of not paying on time, you will be charged fixed amount, certain percentage, lump sum, whatever. That late fees actually is defined as riba, because actually you owe, as we said yesterday, you owe the lessor or the landlord a certain amount because of occupying the property, living in the property. They call it usufruct, حق الانتفاع. So toward the end of the month, you pay him a certain amount of money. You owe him that amount. If you have to pay more than what you owe him, by default, that extra will be counted as riba. طيب. And I have a good idea. Maybe I can ask you randomly to read the slides for me. How about that? Just to make sure that everybody is awake and paying attention. How about that? I'm going to just pick and choose randomly, right? So you need to be careful, and just awake 24/7. Deal? طيب. User sale agreement. Go ahead, أخي, تفضل. In contracts of sale, bartering foods. Bartering means exchanging food for food, right? طيب. Before we proceed, we have two useless items: any kind of food, right? Any kind of food, any kind of currency. Now, how many scenarios that we have in mind? Number one, you exchange two items that belong to the same category and the same kind. So you exchange apple for apple, orange for orange, Jordanian dinar for Jordanian dinar, right? Same category. The category actually is either food or money. The item actually is the specific item. Orange versus banana versus whatever. So the first scenario is to exchange homogeneous commodity, okay, food or money. Now the second scenario is to have the same category but different items. Give me an example. Wheat for barley, Jordanian dinar for Algerian dinar. Same category, we're talking about money, but items actually are different. The third scenario is to have one userless user versus non-userless item. Give me an example. Buying a car for cash money. The cash money actually is a userless item. Am I correct? Car actually is not. The fourth and the last scenario is to have the two different commodities non-userless. Give me an example. What's that? Ahsant, mashallah, house for a car. So is there any possible more scenarios? Number one, same category, same item, or same kind, item, kind. Same category, different items, okay? Different categories, non-userless items. How many possibilities we have? Common sense, 4, right? Let's see what's going on here. Now this is actually based on the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. Okay? It has been reported in several narrations, but the meaning of the hadith, if you want to exchange gold for gold, silver for silver, date fruit for date fruit, salt for salt, what else? Wheat for wheat, barley for barley. It has to be the exact amount, the exact quality, and the transaction has to be like a spot one, immediate one, to eliminate any possibility of extracting date from the date, extracting dollars from the dollars. And those two different items actually are very necessary for people, right? Food actually is for our survival, and money is for the exchange, right? We use the currency that we have nowadays as a measure of value, right? And as a medium of exchange, If you want to buy my phone, akhi, you need to pay me $150. But if you want to buy this laptop, you have to pay me $200. This is how we measure the value of the items that I have for sale. User sale contract. Let's go with the same type, same kind. Okay. Now, a transaction involving the same type and the same kind of interest-bearing items, such as US dollar and US dollar, right? In this case, both amounts must be identical, $10 for $10. Exchange must be immediate, al-hulul. Okay, meaning it cannot be a deferred payment, and this actually brings to our attention not the prohibition, the invalidity of futures that we have nowadays in the stock market. Stay around, we're going to discuss it inshallah in full. But have you heard about those different financial instruments in the stock market? Options, futures, derivatives, CDS, CDO versus bonds versus stocks. Have you heard about futures? Futures actually is a kind of agreement, okay, that we finalize now. We close on a certain price now, but the transaction will be effective maybe after 3 months. We do not acknowledge this kind of sale in the Islamic finance system because none of the traded items is submitted. None of the traded items, okay, I'm going to sell you this phone for $100, right? On January 1st, 2023. You did not pay me money. I did not give you the phone, the item. But we made a deal. Is this deal actually binding in the Islamic finance system? It's just a memorandum of understanding, gentleman agreement, mutual promise, call it whatever you want. But it's not a sale agreement, because once we say it is a sale agreement, there is a bunch of rules and restrictions have to apply to this sale. It's not a sale agreement. You see? Back to the same type and same kind. Okay? So whenever you exchange American dollars for American dollars, the amount has to be identical. Exchange must be immediate on the spot. Right? I give you the 10, you give me the 10 on the spot, unless it is Ahsant, mashallah, unless it is a loan agreement. No. I'll discuss inshallah in details. Meaning it cannot be deferred payment. Transaction has to be effective immediately. We cannot refer it or defer it to the future. Okay? Any delay to the future actually will make it a promise, gentleman agreement, memorandum of understanding, call it whatever you want. But it's not a sale agreement. Same type, different kind. An evident example would be currency exchange. This is actually how currency exchange agents actually make money. If you go to the airport, you want to exchange American dollars for Jordanian, for Kuwaiti dinar, for example. They make some money, which is fine, right? Now, based on the hadith, فإذا اختلفت هذه الأصناف فبيعوا كيف شئتم. If the items actually are different, then equality or identical amount is not required. In fact, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. I cannot exchange one Jordanian dinar for $1 because the purchase power of the dinar is higher than the American dollar. So can they make a profit in between? Yes, they can, because the items actually are different. According to the hadith that the Shaykh mentioned now, فإذا اختلفت هذه الأصناف فبيعوا كيف شئتم إذا كان يدا بيد. So the transaction involves one riba type, which is money. One riba type, which is money. But two different kinds. Okay, such as US dollar for Jordanian dinar. In this case, the exchange must be immediate, on the spot. Okay, you cannot give the currency exchange guy the money and come back tomorrow to get your money. No, it has to be on the spot. This brings to our attention the forex business nowadays. There is no immediate spot exchange. It's not hand on hand. It is account for account. Would that be valid or not? Providing that the other customer maybe lives in China, maybe lives in Africa. It takes 3 to 5 to 7 business days to do the actual wire transfer. Would that be valid or not? Any answer? Any muftin here? Yes, sir. Allowed based on what? There is no immediate exchange. Because there is no intentional delay. Because there is no intentional delay. Very good, mashallah. Ahsant, mashallah. So, but the numbers do not need to be identical. Transaction has to be effective immediately. So far, so good? Third scenario. Different type, different kind. Different type. We are still within the useless items. Food and money. But the traded items are not both food, are not both money, currency. They are different type, different kind. Transaction involving different riba types. For example, selling food for money. You see, as we go, the rules are getting more relaxed, right? Now, identical amount is not required, of course. Immediate exchange for both items is not required. I can give you the phone akhi now, right? And you pay me tomorrow. That would be fine. Alright? Even if it is food, I'm sorry. This is not a useless item. Even if you want to buy some food from me, you can take the food now and pay me the money tomorrow. And vice versa, we have Bay'u Salam. Bay'u Salam actually is the advance sale, where the buyer gives the total price to the seller, and the seller actually goes and shops around, okay, to secure that commodity that you want to buy from him, and he brings it back to you maybe next month. This brings to our attention something brand new in the market called drop shipping, mashallah, yeah. Drop shipping actually is very close to Bay'u Salam. You see now the connection between the fundamental fiqh rules and the contemporary transactions? That's why actually I'm taking my sweet time explaining those fundamental basic fiqh rules in order for us to comprehend the contemporary issues that are coming soon, inshallah, within the next few hours. Especially if the lunch is delicious, inshallah, we will be having a good explanation for these rules. So, however, at the time of the transaction, either the item or its compensation must be submitted. Something actually has to be submitted. As I said, the futures, is not a part of is not one of the permissible deals, or not one of the valid deals, to put it this way. Futures, because actually I promised to give you the phone, you promised to give me the money, nothing has been submitted. Okay? In the Hadith, نهى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن بيع الكالئ بالكالئ. نهى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن بيع الكالئ بالكالئ. Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم prohibited trading or transacting without submitting any of the traded items. Without submitting any of the traded items. Something has to be submitted on the spot. Either the money, and the seller goes and brings the commodity, car or whatever, okay? And this is actually a well-known business in the US. Have you heard about the online auctions, car auctions? Have you heard about it? Go to FairPay, by the way, FairPay, FairPay.com. This is an online car dealership auction. I'm the Sharia consultant of this, of this company. They take pictures of the actual cars available in the auction. They do not own those cars. They do not own those cars. You go ahead and contract them to buy the car, right? Once you win the bid, they go ahead and buy that car, $20,000. And they mark it up $500, their profit. And they sell it back to you. بيع المرابح. You see? So this is actually a very good example of different kind. Again, I want you to see the connection between the very fundamental rules of fiqh al-riba and the contemporary transactions that we are experiencing nowadays. So immediate exchange of both items is not required. However, at the time of the transaction, either the item or its compensation must be submitted. Transaction cannot have both deferred. Oh, this is actually the futures that we disagree with. Futures, just a promise, gentleman agreement, memorandum of understanding, but actually it is not a deal. So we cannot apply the sale agreement rules and restrictions to the futures because nothing has been submitted. What was the hadith one more time? نهى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن بيع الكالئ بالكالئ. الكالئ بالكالئ. الكالئ means the deferred item. He prohibited, or he disapproved, if you wish, selling deferred item for a deferred item. It's just a lip service. You give me, I give you, and then we go back home. Nothing actually has been materialized, right? Crystallized. This is not a sale agreement. It is something else. Okay, non-riba type involved. Now, we are exchanging two different items. None of them belongs to riba. None of them is a useless item. A good example is, I like your smile. Good example? What's that? Car for a house. Very good. Exchange between a riba type and non-riba type. Oh, no, I think I'm wrong. Okay, non-riba type involved. Okay, sorry. Like one of the items is a non-useless one. An exchange between a riba type and non-riba type, like selling car for X amount of money, car for money, right? Okay, an exchange between two non-riba types, car for house. Non-riba types, like exchanging a car for furniture, for example. In both cases, immediate exchange for both items is not required. You see how the rules are getting more relaxed here, because we do not like either one item is a non-riba item, or otherwise none of the two items is a riba one. So alhamdulillah, we have a lot of flexibility when it comes to non-useless items. So immediate exchange for both items is not required. However, at the time of the transaction, either the item or its compensation, its price, must be submitted. Transaction cannot have both deferred. Having said that, those are the very fundamental, essential fiqh rules related to riba. Riba al-fadl, riba al-nasa, riba al-nasi'a, and their basic implementation in the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ. If we already mastered those very boring rules, then we can easily move smoothly, inshallah, with the practical examples. We said yesterday several times, our job actually is to scrutinize and to find out in any deal, any agreement, any enterprise, any partnership, whether or not someone is advancing money, and his money and the return on the money both are guaranteed without taking any risk. If that is the case, that this is an interest-bearing loan. It has to be haram, even if it is introduced to you as otherwise. And we brought a lot of examples. Are we on the same page? طيب, the introduction actually is done. Do you want to open the floor for a few questions?
One or two questions,
sure.
And then we continue, inshallah. So just to remind you, the way we receive the questions is either you submit them digitally or write them in a piece of paper so I can filter them in the right time, inshallah ta'ala. Write your questions in a piece of paper or submit them digitally. Brother Hussam, are you here? For those of you who don't know how to submit digitally, Brother Hussam, inshallah ta'ala, will show you the barcode. So the question here, Shaykh, if you mentioned that if you give a loan to somebody and he would like to pay back willingly with no expectations, more, it is halal, as long as you did not expect that and the loan is paid back extra. Now, if there is a person is known to be paying extra money when you give him a loan, like I am known in a community or in a particular business, if you give me 5,000, I usually give $500 more, or you don't expect, but I am known. Is this a good practice? Is this halal practice? So I am giving you money. I did not make any condition for more, but there is a common understanding that you give more. This is why I am more encouraged to give you a loan. Is this halal?
Can I give you 5,000?
Huh?
Can I give you 5,000?
I'm not sure.
Wallahi, I would say no. Stay away from it. Because there is a kind of expectation. When I give you 5,000, I do like subconsciously, I do expect you to give me more. So no, I don't think it's a good practice.
Jazakallah khair. The other question, Shaykh, there is, if somebody asks, in my home country, the current exchange business pays premium for $100 bill more than, for example, if I go to Algeria, I think this is Algerian brother who asked this question, right? Yes. So if I go exchange $100 with $100 bills, they pay me a certain amount of money. But if I take 20s or 10s, they pay me less. The same currency, dollar, but the $100 bills worth more than 20s and 10s and 5s and 1s. The question, he said, can I exchange, because of that, can I sell $100
one bill
with like 105 of ones? Because when they go back home, the worth is, the value is different. So it's the same currency, but because the bill is different.
So what kind of benefit you will be gaining? Getting more money when you exchange American dollar.
So I will give you a real life example. So for example, in Algeria, when you go to the market of currency, if you take
currency exchange, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
If you take $100 bill, let's say they give you 1 million dinar, right? If you take 20s, they give you 900,000. The reason why they do this, they say in the market, because people who are coming to take the currency, they don't like small bills. So I will be stuck with it. I will sell them cheaper, they say.
That would be fine, Akhi, because equality is not required to start with.
No, but here in terms of different currency. But now, because this is a practice, we have another market in front of it. Like if you would like $100 bills, give me 105 of ones, and I will give you $100 bill.
That would be fine, Akhi, because again, equality is not required. I mean, you exchange American dollars for Jordanian, for Algerian dinars, whatever you agree upon, as long as Prophet ﷺ said, فإذا اختلفت هذه الأصناف فبيعوا كيف شئتم. Okay, like upon your own consent and will, go for it. So if there is a kind of benefit for the currency exchange agent to get like bigger bills, right? That would be fine. That would be fine. If it is exchanging Algerian dinars for Algerian dinars with inequality, that will be restricted.
This is the question, yes. So the question
will be restricted.
So because there is a difference in the value, there is also inequality in the dollars in itself, which means you go to somebody, he says, give me $100, I have $100, you have $100, but the bills I have is $1. The bill you have is 100 bill. So what do they do is, you give me 105 of $1 bill. I give you $100 of $100 bill.
No, no.
So this is not allowed.
No. The second transaction actually is not allowed. You are exchanging Algerian dinars for Algerian dinars with inequality. This is clearly haram.
Same thing for dollar.
Yeah, this is riba al-fadl, because at the end of the day, 100 Algerian dinar is 100, whether it is one bill or 100 bills, it's the same. So any kind of inequality would be definitely restricted. That's the exact example of riba al-fadl, right? The exchange of homogeneous items, with like for a plus, for a cost plus. That is restricted. No.
Okay, there is another question. I don't know if it's coming, Shaykh, but maybe this last one. Somebody has a business and contract with so let's say somebody is a doctor, or somebody, I think it's common among doctors. Somebody is a doctor, you go to do a procedure, and the amount of this procedure is, let's say, a few $1,000s. If you cannot pay cash, the doctor's office contract with a third-party financial company to pay the doctor's office the bill, and then you and the financial company deal with it. But most likely it will be with interest. Now the question is not for the person to go with this. The question is for the doctor office. Is it halal for them to have this type of contracts? Although what they are getting is there is no riba in what they are getting. But the patient will be paying interest with a third party. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does, and actually it is not allowed, because بيع الدين على غير المدين لا يجوز. You are exchanging money for money. Like the doctor, for example, well, I owe the doctor $5,000 for the eye surgery, and I do not have money. He is not supposed to act on my behalf by contracting a third party and telling them, listen, give me just $4,500 cash, and you go after Dr. Man and you charge him the $5,000.
Even if the deal is before, like when you go to the doctor's office, they give you the options. If you like to pay cash, here is this $5,000. If you don't have to pay cash, then this is a company, contact them, and then when they approve you, they pay the office X amount of money, and then the transaction is between you and the third company. No, most likely is with interest.
Yeah, that's called the factoring business in the US, and it is neither for the doctor nor for the patient allowed to do so, because you are involving a third party for an interest-bearing loan or for a compensation for less, which is a kind of interest. Doctor is not supposed to act on my behalf and ask that finance, agency to pay him less and to go after me to collect the 5,000. And I'm not allowed to borrow that money, from the finance company or agency to pay the doctor and then get back to them and to pay them more. In either cases, we are exchanging money for money, right? Money for money with inequality or for a plus, and that's not allowed. The only scenario allowed here is ضعها وتعجل. حديث النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في البخاري. Okay, I owe you $5,000. I owe you $5,000, and I did not pay you in time. You said, you know what? Enough is enough. Give me $4,000, and you're good to go. So you made a discount to me as a borrower, okay, out of your own will, without being like compressed or imposed, okay. In order for you to facilitate the deal, you compromised. You waived some of the loan for me. But that's between me and you. So
there is no third party.
Exactly. There is no third party, and you discounted the loan for me in order for me to pay you right away. I did not pay you in time. You said, you know what, 5,000, I can just drop 1,000, just give me 4,000 and you're good to go. If that happened out of your own will, without being stipulated in the agreement, to be fine, because if it is mentioned in the agreement, that's another kind of riba, right? The 5,000 is supposed to be paid 6,000 within 1 year, right? And now it is paid, let's say, $4,000, okay, within just a few months. That's a kind of riba if it is stipulated, mentioned in the agreement. If he does it, the Shaykh, for me as a favor, because you are friends, okay, he wants like to compromise some of the loan, that would be fine. But it has to be a favor from his side and not something that is binding in the agreement. That's called ضعها وتعجل.
Yes. How about how the doctors might say, if we don't do this, most people can't afford these type of bills because it's a very high bills. So neither the patient will be able to pay, nor the doctors can practice and can make money.
No, they have. I mean, people have insurance and they have deductible and they have premium and they have. I mean, system, alhamdulillah, is working perfectly fine. And you can negotiate a deal with the hospital itself, right? They ask you like for not for a down payment, like for full payment prior to the procedure, $5,000, and you tell them, listen, I do not have money. Okay, they would get back to you. How about paying us $1,000, and then we can make an installment for you for the next 5 or 6 months. All right? When there is Allah, there is. It did happen with me several times that I was unable to afford paying in full. I just made a deal with the finance department of the hospital itself, between me and the healthcare provider. There's no third party. So they made like a kind of either discount or payment plan for me. If it is done this way, we're good to go.
Okay, so just to go to the next question. So you said going with a third party is not allowed either if the party will pay extra or will pay the same amount. For example, if the procedure is $5,000, I cannot afford it. The doctor's office will connect me with a third party. Either the third party will pay $5,000 and then I will be paying the third party $6,000, or I will be paying $5,000 to the third party, but the third party will be paying the doctor's office $4,500. So the third party is making profit anyway, either by the doctor's office giving out an X amount of the amount, compromising, let's $500 from the doctor's office, so this is the profit value for the third party, or the same amount of money the doctor's office is getting, however me paying interest to the third party. So both ways are not acceptable.
Yeah, with very one exception, if that patient actually is in the state of darura. This is a health care. It's not something cosmetic. I'm not going to watch a movie or to have a romantic dinner with my wife. No, this is health care issue, something that's really pressing. So if I'm in that situation, then borrowing money with interest for healthcare purposes would be acceptable as a kind of dispensation, as a kind of exception.
Okay.
I think the doctor here actually has something to add.
Fadal.
We have, Akhil Karim, some details here. In the USA, collecting money from the delinquent account holders has two different scenarios. It could be done through the factoring companies. It could be done through collection agencies. What's the difference? In the transportation, like trucking services, I've been receiving this question tens of times. The truck drivers, okay, are entitled for a certain amount from the trucking company. Trucking company, for whatever reason might be, pay them every 3 months, sometimes every 6 months. And it's too much for them to wait. They have a lot of bills, to take care of it. The question is, can I sell, okay, can I deal with a factoring company? Okay, the outstanding balance is $10,000. The factoring company is willing to give me cash on the spot today, $9,500. And they buy that $10,000 loan, they go after the trucking company and get their $10,000 because they do have the luxury or the financial ability of waiting for 6 months. But me as a miskeen, I do not have that ability. Can I do that? And the answer actually is no. هذا يعني بيع الدين بالدين. You are selling money for money. You are selling the $10,000 for how much? 9,500. That's unacceptable. Now this is أخي once, and this is actually an industry by itself in the US called factoring business, right? Now the other way around is the collection service. Collection service أخي, the collection agency does not buy the loan from you. No. They represent you as a bank, for example, as a credit card company. They represent you in going after your delinquent account customers to collect the money on your behalf for a percentage, for a salary, for lump sum, whatever. But the bottom line here from a fiqh perspective, they are not buying the loan, okay? Bank of America, Citibank, Capital One, they have their own collection agencies. Once you default in paying your credit card, 1, 2, 3 months, I mean, there is a process, I mean, you go through. They transfer the account to a collection agency. The collection agency actually does not buy the outstanding 10,000, no. They just represent Citibank in going after you. Pay us, pay us, pay us, and they are very good in nagging, by the way. Keep just nagging you until you pay whatever you can afford. Sometimes they go after you in the court. They file a suit against you until they get whatever they can get. Okay, my point here, if the third party is not buying the loan, that would be fine, and that's called the collection business. If the third party is buying the loan, that's called the factoring business, which is not allowed. Clear?
So, Shaykh, just for the same question, so before we move to the next one, and inshallah will be the last one, there was two scenarios. One scenario, it could be clear why it is haram, because there is interest involved. So if I come to you, let's simplify the thing from the doctor's office to a simple way. So we are three partners here, yourself, myself, and Dr. Saddam. If I go to Dr. Saddam to get something from him, I can pay him $3,000. So I come to you, oh, maybe this is more
complicated.
Yes, maybe more complicated. Maybe let's say with the doctor's office. So the scenario in which they pay, you pay, like instead of 5,000, you pay 5,500 to the third party. This is with interest. So this is why it is haram, right? It's
unless
there is interest involved.
That is the default rule, unless there is a necessity here. I mean, something that's urgent. I mean,
we're not talking about necessity. Now the question is, if you are paying the same, now if the bill of the procedure is 5,000, the only thing is, because I cannot afford 5,000 cash, there is a contract between the doctor's office and the third party to get 4,500 cash, and then I will be paying the third party 5,000. So there is no interest between me and the third party.
Hold on. Is the doctor factoring this? I mean, is he contracting? Is he contracting factoring agency or collection agency?
No, not collecting agency. It's actually a finance company.
Yeah. I mean,
it's a finance, meaning before the procedure, what? Upfront. Yes, so what they do is, before the procedure, the doctor asks you, do you have cash? Can you afford 5,000 or you can't? You don't have insurance. Can you afford? You can't. I can't. Then if you can't, your best option is to go to this company called XYZ, contact them, whether they have interest or zero interest. In the case of zero interest, the doctor's office are doing some discount. So, and that will give a room for the third agency to make a profit. Like if the bill is 5,000, the doctor's office actually they are getting 4,500 or $4,000, and they allow this room for the third agency to make profit. In the case where the doctors are not doing any discount, then the agency or the third party or the financial company, they have a rate profit or interest, like 1 or 2 or 3%, where you pay, instead of paying 5,000 the bill, you will end up paying 6,000 or 6 more. So these like contracting.
I'm not sure if in the real life the doctor would allow you to proceed with the procedure without making a financial settlement. You either pay in advance, or you make a down payment, or you make a deal with a third party to secure the fund. Usually, I mean, they do not keep it like, loose-ended. It has to be finalized and clear from day one. What is your method of payment, your financial ability, how much you're going to pay, how can you secure, what kind, the rest of the amount, what kind of installment. So they clear everything prior to doing the surgery. And based on our discussion, the doctor actually is not allowed to speak in my behalf. If he wants to make like a deal in the back office from behind the scene between him and the collection agency or the factoring business or the finance, I mean, that's between him and the third party. We should draw a line between my deal with him as my healthcare provider versus his deal with the third party on how to secure his fund. If he done something like behind the scene, that's between them. I do not. I mean, it's not within my concern. My concern is that I have to make sure that my payment to him is done in a halal way, if that makes sense. طيب. Can we?
Yeah, last question, Shaykh. Is it haram to purchase antique dollar bills with the new dollar bills if the exchange rate is different? Like something from...
Is it usable or not usable, antique?
I think it's not for usage. I don't know the reason for the question, but I don't think it's for use.
No, if it is not a current currency, then it is a commodity. It's not a currency.
So you can
like a very old dollar, like from George Washington, for example, and it's not valid nowadays. Can you sell it for $100? Yes, you can.
Even
because you cannot use that $1 for buying a snack or buying coffee, for example.
Inshallah, we proceed and then we'll ask the rest of questions later.
طيب. So transactions commonly in a question. Let's start with the bank loan. I'm sure that now, inshallah, we can go very, very smoothly because now we comprehended the basic fiqh rules of So any bank loan, as long as it is an interest-bearing one, as long as the riba is unavoidable, there is a certain percentage, call it APR, annual percentage rate, or otherwise lump sum, or per day, whatever the deal might be. If you know in advance that you will never pay the principal, you have to pay on top of the principal, that is the interest-bearing loan, which is a very explicit example of the interest-bearing loan in Islam. Marginal account is different. You open a brokerage account and you marginalize it. Brokerage account means a kind of investment in the stock market with TD Ameritrade, for example. TD Ameritrade, have you heard about TD Ameritrade? You open an account, you do have the ability of leveraging your account. You deposit 1,000 halal money in the account and you leverage by asking TD Ameritrade to add you a line of credit, another maybe $9,000. And you start trading in the stock market. That 9,000 on top of the 1,000 is not your money, right? It's not your money. You are borrowing that money from TD Ameritrade. It is an interest-bearing loan. Yes, they say that the profit is yours and the loss actually should be incurred by you. But what we care about here is not the feasibility or the profitability of the business. What we care about is the permissibility of the agreement. Can you trade in TD Ameritrade with your own money? Yes, of course you can. You have $1,000 halal money that you deposited. You put it in your TD Ameritrade. You trade within 1,000, within the actual money that you own. If you start leveraging, like by borrowing money from the trader that you use his platform, TD Ameritrade, for example, or Fidelity, if they have something similar, then that is actually the restriction. So you read here, for example, can you read for me? Yeah. Securities means like stocks, bonds, derivatives, futures, whatever. Or currency means money, okay? Collateralized by the securities. Is that clear? The customer actually is using leverage to magnify both gain and losses. And instead of limiting yourself to only 1,000, you have the ability, you have the leverage, the ability of trading in $10,000. Okay? Why do not you take advantage of that? Well, there is a problem here. You are borrowing money from the broker, And actually, believe it or not, it's not a real money, just like digital numbers in your account. There is no real money transferred to your account. This is so it is a kind of artificial digital numbers, but it's not a real money. Why marginal is haram? There is no actual transfer of money, just a line of credit, like lip service. You do have the ability of going up to $10,000. Transacting with something, someone does not own is prohibited. لا تبع ما ليس عندك. Hadith Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Do not sell what you do not own. Do not use money that you do not have it, right? And number two, the broker charges the investor money for the right to borrow money. It's not a free service. You have to pay the broker for having, the ability of tapping in his resources and transferring some fund or having a leverage in your account. This is a loan that brings benefit to the lender. كل قرض جر نفعا للمقرض فهو ربا, right? And number three, the agreement requires an initial deposit into the account. This is two simultaneous transactions in one sale. نهى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن بيعتين في بيعة. If the broker is telling you, if you open an account with me with a minimum of 1,000, I will give you the ability of borrowing $9,000 from me, and I will be charging you interest on that. So we are involving 2, 3, 4 different deals together, right? And this is a kind of بيعتين في بيعة. If you open an account with me, I will lend you money, and that is actually not allowed. نهى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن بيع وسلف. Okay, Prophet ﷺ prohibited combining sale agreement with a loan agreement. The Shaykh actually wants to buy my laptop, right? Wants to buy my laptop, and I tell him, okay, I'm willing to sell my laptop to you for $1,000. Okay, if it is combined with a loan, you give me $1,000 loan, and I will sell you that laptop for 1,000, right? And actually, subconsciously, I want to make some profit. The market value of my laptop is only $700, right? It's only but I'm selling it to him for how much? 1,000. In order for me to make $300 extra. But instead of being so explicit, the 5,000 should be paid back 5,300. No, I'm just covering the interest by associating a sale agreement. And that's why Prophet ﷺ نهى عن بيع وسلف. Is that clear? You cannot stipulate two different agreements together because there might be some hidden interest in the second transaction. In our example, the market value is how much? 700. But I'm imposing 1,000 on the Shaykh because I want to make some interest from the loan. But not explicitly take 5,000, pay it back to me 5,300. No. Take 5,000, pay it back to me 5,000, right? And I know how to make some profit or some interest out of the sale agreement. So it's exactly the same issue here. Okay, you cannot combine 2 or 3 different agreements. I think we need to أخونا بدي يسأل تخلي الأسئلة الأخيرة أحسن. Yeah. Yeah.
Just questions. You cannot interrupt the Shaykh into the questions. Just write the questions down. I will answer them.
طيب. Home equity conversion mortgage. Can you read for me, أخي? So again, over and over, what we care about actually here is not the profitability or the feasibility of the issues. What we care about is the permissibility. Okay, the reverse mortgage means that you are a senior citizen, you have your own house. Okay, it's either like paid in full, you have a clear title, or otherwise the house is still mortgaged, but you still have certain percentage of equity, right? So if your equity, let's say for example, is $200,000. and the market value of the house is $500,000, right? You can use your equity as a collateral to borrow money from whom? From the mortgage company itself. That's why they call it reverse mortgage, right? Reverse mortgage in a sense that you are not borrowing money from the mortgage company to buy a house. No. You are borrowing money from the same mortgage company, and this is a secured loan because you do have an equity. And the property is already mortgaged by the mortgage company. So if you pass away, if you change your mind, if you want to sell the house, that's fine. They have a lien on the property. And if your equity is $200,000, maybe you are allowed to borrow up to 160, 170. Why? Because the rest will be interest. Here you go, right? What we care about is that this is an interest-bearing loan. Regardless of all these technicalities and details, we don't care. Okay? What we care about is that this is an interest-bearing loan. If you are to borrow money from the mortgage company interest-free, go for it. But this actually does not happen in the real life. Borrowing haram money. Sisters, yeah. Can you read it for me? No. الأخت اللي كانت تسولف تفضلي. Yeah. No, with the blue hijab, تفضلي. Can you read it for me, please? As a punishment for me because you were talking. Go ahead. طيب, borrowing haram money, تفضلي. We discussed this issue actually extensively yesterday. Remember the example we said that when you hold a fundraising here in the masjid, do we ask our donors, where did you get your money from? Okay. And we said several times that al-haram la yantaqilu ila dhimmatain. Someone actually is dealing with interest. Someone, you know what? Someone has a liquor store. So his source of income is purely haram. Or someone actually works for a mortgage company or for a conventional bank or for adult entertainment industry, for like pure haram source of income. Can you borrow money from that individual? Yes, you can. Okay, the money itself is not haramun liwasfihi. It is haramun likasbihi. The money is prohibited because of the way that he generated the money. But the money itself, cannot be impure, cannot be haram. This is rizq and ni'mah from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it is prohibited for the person because of the way that he generated money. That's between him and Allah Azza wa Jal. What I care about is the deal between me and him. Am I taking interest-bearing loan from him or I'm taking interest-free loan? If it is an interest-free loan, then I can go for it. Of course, it goes without saying if you find somebody else with a pure halal of income, you borrow from him for a peace of mind, that's preferable. But haram and halal wise, can you borrow money from someone with haram source of income? The answer actually is yes. Accepting donation, to build the masajid, as I said, this is also halal because of the same reason. Al-haram la yantaqilu ila dhimmatain. The prohibition status is not transferable from one person to another. We mentioned Hadith Barira yesterday when she was cooking meat, and she said to the Prophet ﷺ that this is sadaqah. He said, وَلَكِ صَدَقَ وَلَنَا هَدِيَّةٌ. You received it as a slave girl, as a donation, but when you give me when you serve me that meat to eat, it's not a sadaqah, it is a hadiyah, it is a gift. You see? So al-haram la yantaqilu ila dhimmatain. Inheriting haram money, we discussed it yesterday. We said that you are not responsible for the sin that your dad or your grandfather have committed before passing away. Unless you agreed with him, you supported him, you encouraged him to continue doing his haram business, yes, you are liable. But someone passed away and left haram money. That haram status actually is limited and restricted to him only. عليه الغرم ولي الغرم. I can safely inherit that money with some exceptions. Before the exceptions, why inheriting haram is halal? In the Islamic law, prohibited ownership does not transfer in such an inheritance transaction. Al-haram la yantaqilu ila dhimmatain. One more time. Prohibited ownership, al-mulk al-haram, does not transfer in such an inheritance transaction. The wealth accrued through interest does not have a clearly entitled external party. What does it mean? Someone during his lifetime was lending money with interest. He passed away for $1 million estate left behind. Half $500,000 is the principal, and $500,000 is interest, to keep it simple. Who is the legal owner, even before passing away? Who is the legal owner of the other $500,000? That's him, the lender, right? Because actually that deal was done upon a mutual consent. He did not steal the money. He did not extort the money. He did not embezzle the money. He gets involved upon a mutual consent with some borrowers who were willing to pay him interest. So legally speaking, he is the owner of the interest money. Now he passed away. That ownership is transferred because of the death from himself or herself to whom? To the legal heirs. So by default, you are the owner of the money that he left behind. Regardless whether that money is a haram or halal money, doesn't make any difference. You see, because of the same reason, al-haram la yantaqilu ila dhimmatayn. Now, hence, the prohibition would be upon the collector of interest and would not extend to the inheritor. We do have some exceptions here. Okay. Yet, of course, it is best to avoid it. Avoiding areas of scholarly difference is recommended. This is actually a well-known fiqh maxim actually as well. الخروج من الخلاف مستحب. الخروج من الخلاف مستحب. It's always preferred for you to stay away from the disagreement of scholars as much as you can. Right? Two exceptions apply. First, inheriting something that is inherently prohibited due to its substance. Or someone passed away and left a liquor store. Not cash money, no. Actual real khamr or khinzir or beer or whatever. Can you inherit that money? This is haramun li wasfihi, prohibited due to its substance. And I want you to remember those terms, they're like technical terms. Haramun li wasfihi, it is prohibited. It has an intrinsic prohibition. It is khamr, khinzir, right? Beer. You cannot benefit from it. Now, pork products or liquor, for instance, it must be disposed and cannot be used for profit, period. One of your relatives passed away and he left behind, liquor store. That's trash. You cannot use it. Second, if the wealth is taken unlawfully, that's called haramun li kasbihi. Haramun li kasbihi. I wanted to make a comparison between haramun li wasfihi and haramun li kasbihi. Haramun li wasfihi, prohibited due to its substance, intrinsic prohibition. Haramun li kasbihi, no, it is because of the way that he generated the money, or that money is stolen, right? That money is extorted, like taken by force. That money is embezzled. That person was working as a cashier and he used to embezzle some money, just put him in his pocket. That's called embezzlement, or embezzlement. الاختلاس. Okay, by any means of theft or robbery by force, okay, and there is a party clearly entitled. So when someone actually steals money, there is a legal owner of the money, because that money actually has been taken, in a haram way and without the consent of the owner of the money, right? So the wealth must be returned to its rightful owner. Those are the exceptions. Otherwise, if someone passed away and left riba money, or he left a liquor store, but from the liquor store actually he generated some cash money. Cash money, could be inherited. The actual liquor cannot be inherited because that's haramun li kasbihi. Remember, prohibited due to its substance. It has an intrinsic haram in it, right? Pawn shop business. Have you heard about pawn shop? Okay. Can you read for me? Ryan? Yeah. Can you read for me?
A secured loan in which the borrower pledges an asset as collateral to borrow. The agreement is to pay a fee or interest, even if the loan is paid off within a certain period. If the borrower does not pay off the loan, the lender may seize the collateral. However, defaulting on a secured loan does not negatively affect the borrower's credit report.
Keep going.
This loan agreement is not allowed because it is an interest-based loan. However, if it is proven that a certain pawn shop does not charge interest except in case of default, then borrowing from that pawn shop is permissible and as needed only.
Can you please explain to me what did you understand from those two slides?
As reading, no, I wasn't thinking about it.
Excuses. Okay. So basically, you do not want this loan to be reported to any of the credit bureaus. Okay, you take an exit instead of going to a bank with the possibility of defaulting or having a delinquent account. You do not want to take that hassle, right? You go to a pawn shop. Pawn shop actually is a kind of business in the US where you can borrow cash money, okay, and you take a secured loan. You have to put a collateral. You put your watch, you put your piece of jewelry or whatever, maybe phone, laptop, whatever, right? The problem here is that 99.9% of those loans are interest-bearing loan. What is the difference between those loans and the loans that you take from banks? When you go to a bank, usually it is not a secured loan. They just, depend on your credibility, credit history, income, annual income, and so on and so forth. Now here, okay, with the pawn shop, no. Usually they do not check your credit scores, right? And they are willing to give you like a small amount of money, maybe up to $5,000-$10,000, and it is a secured loan, so you have to put a collateral. You leave something, right? If you come back on time and you pay off the loan, you get your collateral back. But the problem here is that this is an okay. Now the other difference, if you disappeared, they take the collateral and they do not have the right to report your default to they call them credit bureaus. You see, what we care about here over and over is the permissibility of the agreement. If it is interest-bearing loan, regardless of all these technical details, do they report to the credit bureau? Is it a secured loan? Non-secured loan? We do not care. Is it an interest-bearing loan? Yes. Well, by default, it is haram. And that's why I said in the second slide, unless it is proven, which is not the case, by the way, unless it is proven that a certain pawn shop gives you an interest-free loan, then you can go for it. And this actually falls under the ayah, وَإِن كُنتُمْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ وَلَمْ تَجِدُوا كَاتِبًا فَرِهَانٌ مَقْبُوضَةٌ. So rihan, or the collateral, or like putting a lien on the property to secure the fund or the money of the lender would be fine. Rotating savings and credit association. Would you please read for me? Yeah. RASCA stands for Rotating Savings and Credit Association. تفضل. Okay. Anyone from Egypt here? Egyptian? Okay. Have you heard about the Jam'iyya system in Egypt? Jam'iyya? Okay. What does it mean? A group of people actually make a deal that they lend to one another, okay, in an order, right? A group of individuals who agree to share their wealth for the sake of peer-to-peer lending. Peer-to-peer lending. So we make a jam'iyya of $100 a month, 10 individuals. I'll be taking that money for the first month. And the next month I have to pay everybody. Then in the second month, Shaykh Yasin will take it. Third month, my brother will take it. Then my sister will take it. So it's a kind of rotating, okay? One conservative opinion that I have heard from Shaykh Muhammad al-Dadu. Muhammad Dadu actually is one of the most pioneer and most authentic people in knowledge. Okay, I'm now 53 years old, and I swear by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I did not see any individual throughout my whole lifetime, someone who has that amount of knowledge and the ability of retrieving the adillah and the comparison fiqh and bringing like evidences, bringing the sunan like Muhammad al-Hasan al-Dadu. Subhanallah, amazing individual. This is actually one of the miracles of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect him. Allahumma. I've heard from him a very conservative opinion that this kind of jam'iyya or rotating saving is not allowed because you are benefiting from the money. You save your money and you take it later on. I disagree with the Shaykh. I do not see his point. He says that yes, I mean, you are not taking interest, but you save your money with somebody else, okay, and that money actually is secured, and you take it back. Honestly, I do not see his point. What's the difference between me giving the Shaykh 1,000 now and taking it back from him after 1 year? I gave him 1,000, I took it 1,000, okay? Using the same logic, I'm giving a group of people, okay, $1,000, but based on installment, 100, 100, 100, and then I receive it after 1 year, 1,000. He said, no, you are benefiting because you are not paying cash in full and you receive it cash in full. You are making an installment, you make it an easy for you. You pay only 100 a month, and then you receive it 1,000 lump sum. Oh, that's a kind of benefit. وَكُلُّ قَرْضٍ جَرَّ نَفْعًا الْمُقْدِ فَهُوَ رِبًا. So apparently the Shaykh is very conservative in this issue. I disagree with him. I do believe that rotating saving actually is a halal one. What's that? Chifar? Chit fund? No. What's that? Committee? In which language? In which? Pakistan? G. Okay. Credit union actually is kind of different. It is confusing for some of us. Credit union, right? Let me ask my brother here too. Would you please?
A type of financial cooperative that is owned and operated by members, offers financial services to members only, more prevalent in the United States than RMS today. Since the owners are also the customers, there isn't a conflict.
Here is the issue. When you go with any traditional bank, you have two different bodies. You have the stakeholders and you have the account holders, right? Always there is a conflict of interest. Stakeholders actually want to get more money from you in your saving account, and they want to pay you less. Instead of paying you 3% APR, they want to pay you only 1 or 1.5% percent APR. Now, from your perspective as an account holder, you want to get as much interest as possible. I'm talking from a very conventional perspective, right? So we have two different bodies in which there is a clear conflict of interest between the two. When it comes to credit union, it's not the case. It's a type of financial cooperative. We do not have two different bodies to start with. Every single account holder in the credit union is a stakeholder by default. And this actually brings to our attention the mutual insurance companies. I'm going to discuss, inshallah, I think today or tomorrow. Okay, we have government-based insurance. We have a mutual-based insurance. We have a stock-based insurance. Have you heard about, what is the name of the company? Mutual? No.
Mutual Liberty.
Thank you. Mutual Liberty. Very famous company in the USA. When you hear this term that this is a mutual insurance company, it means that we have only one body, right? The policyholders are the stockholders. So there is no conflict of interest to start with because there is no two different bodies to start with, right? Back to our discussion. When it comes to credit union, it's a type of financial cooperative, right? That is owned and operated by its own members. We have a general assembly, we have annual election, and we choose the executive body to make policies and to run the organization. So there is no conflict of interest. Some people actually get confused here. They think that
Hussam, if you hear me, please come. Actually, it's a time for break. I don't know why.
someone programmed, it's a possessed with jinn or something.
No, it's actually Bluetooth. It's a Bluetooth. So, yeah.
Programmed for 1 hour maybe or for...
So he's coming.
طيب أخي can we بقول الأخوة مثلا بلاش بالأسئلة أثناء البريك because it is a break and defeats the purpose of the break if we keep asking questions. نكمل هذا دقيقة. طيب. So just continue. Is it off? So if I'm not a member in that credit union, because actually it is by subscription, by contribution. If I'm not a member in that, in that organization, credit union, I cannot open an account, right? By opening an account, I become a member by default. Here is the confusing part. Some people think that, oh, this is a cooperative organization. So even if I open a saving account and I get some interest, Jazakallah khair. You scared it, mashallah. There you go. So some people think that, oh, this is like a cooperative organization by default, so any kind of benefit, since we do not have two different bodies, then that interest that is coming from the saving account will be halal, and that's absolutely wrong, right? Although the structure is different, although we do not have two different bodies, at the end of the day, you are opening a saving account, and your principal is guaranteed, principal amount is guaranteed, and your return or the premium is guaranteed, and that's the nature of the interest-bearing loan. So actually, you have to make sure, okay, none of that would excuse a type of financial, since the owners are also the customers, there is no conflict of interest. That's absolutely correct. None of that would excuse the interest-bearing transactions that credit unions offer. Becoming a member of a credit union is basically allowed because benefiting from any interest-based services would not be allowed because the legal maxim means are given the same ruling as the ends. Al-wasa'il laha hukmu al-maqasid. Yes, it is a noble cause for you to be a part of a cooperative organization, but this does not justify you taking interest from the saving account. Yeah, we can stop here.
Inshallah, we'll take a break for 10 minutes or so. And inshallah ta'ala, during the break, we need to give Shaykh break as well. So we don't ask questions during the break because he needs to get some rest as well, inshallah. 10 minutes, inshallah, or 15 minutes, and then we come back. Jazakumullahu khairan. And then we proceed. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I just would like to inform brothers and sisters that some of the questions that I don't ask Shaykh is because they are coming. So don't feel bad if your questions are not answered or are not even given to the Shaykh, because I only give the questions that I know that are not coming, inshallah ta'ala, for sure. There is a question, Shaykh. You mentioned that that if there is haram inheritance, it is okay to take it, to inherit it, unless if it is like substances that are in themselves haram, like pork and liquor store. So now the question, somebody said, if you inherit like khamr shop, but you don't use it, but you either sell it or use it for something else, is that okay?
No, actually, it's not okay because of the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. إِنَّ اللَّهَ إِذَا حَرَّمَ شَيْئًا حَرَّمَ ثَمَنَهُ. When Allah prohibits something to eat or to drink, then its price or compensation or whatever benefit comes out of it is still prohibited. So the answer is no.
Jazakallah khair. So if someone passed away and left behind a loan with interest, if the inheritors have to continue to pay off this loan, including interest, are they committing a sin?
By the law of the land, death is a legitimate excuse to cancel or to terminate the loan. I mean, this is the law of the land. When someone passes away and he left behind a credit card, outstanding balance, or whatever loan, then actually the loan is dropped automatically, unless there is like a new agreement that the inheritors are willing to take over that loan. For example, if it is a mortgage, right? Mortgage, then actually the kids or the inheritors are supposedly righteous enough, and they have to take the right decision that this is a mortgage, and we will not get involved in it.
How about if it's done outside of like conventional banks, like between individuals? Like my father made a deal or a loan with some individuals with interest, and my father passed away, and these individuals, not banks, are expecting me to pay them with interest. So am I sinning if I am paying my father's debt with interest outside of banks?
Yes, you are committing a sin because you are paying interest willingly. And again, أخي, the loan agreement is terminated or eliminated because of the death of the borrower. It has to be clear in the deal. If there are some haram consequences, then the legal heirs actually are supposed to talk to the lender by saying, listen, our dad, rahmatullah alayhi, did something wrong. We are not willing to continue. Here is the rest of the principle. لكم رؤوس أموالكم لا تظلمون ولا تظلمون. We are not willing to continue, sinning on his behalf. Especially if it is proven that there was no necessity involved, to borrow money with interest to start with.
Jazakallah khair. Can we donate money you made from interest to an Islamic organizations?
Yes, you can. Technically, it will not be counted as a donation. It will be counted as like, disposing a haram money, which is a kind of devotion by itself. Yani, if you get rid of the haram money, if you dispose the haram money willingly, while being able to use that money for yourself, but you have chosen to get rid of it to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it is actually an act of devotion, but technically it's not sadaqah. Both of them, whether it is donation or disposing the haram money, are rewardable acts, but with two different definitions. Because again, you were able to use that money for yourself. Out of your own will, you have decided, out of fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you have decided to dispose that money. Well, I mean, that is a rewardable act, according to several ahadith.
Jazakallah khair, Shaykh.
For example, من هم بسيئة فلم يعملها كتبها الله له عنده حسنة كاملة. Whosoever will to commit a sin, yet refrain from doing it, will be counted as one hasana. Well, it is a sin to use that money, using that money to spend on yourself or on your dependents. Is that correct? So if you refrain from doing so out of God-fearing, it is a devotion by itself, according to the hadith. Now.
Jazakallah khair, Shaykh. Somebody is asking a question, how an average person will know all these rules and details? Aren't they very confusing even for a well-educated person?
You have to join Guidance College for the Masters in Islamic Finance. That's why I'm here. It's all about education. And I'm really glad that the leadership and the Mashaykh, mashallah, in this masjid, they insisted on not having like a presentation in the evening like what I do in the other masjid. No, they said we want to have intensive course from A to Z. Show me the materials, what we will be covering, how much time is going to spend, how much, and so on and so forth. So they structured like a whole course to be delivered within 3 days. That's something actually, really appreciate. Jazakallah khair, Shaykh Jafar and Shaykh Hussam and Shaykh Yasin. This is the right way. It's all about education. That's why, alhamdulillah, we all are here. Now.
Jazakallah khair, Shaykh. There are some questions that inshallah will be covered about leasing cars, about insurance, about credit cards. A lot of questions about credit card, about mortgages. But inshallah ta'ala about there is a question of yesterday, but the brother is not here yet. The one who asked about discriminations in mortgages or loans. But since he's not here, I didn't want to ask the question because I want him to be honored to listen to the answer, inshallah ta'ala. So I will ask the questions when the brother join us. He asked a question about discriminatory practice in interest increases when buying a house. But inshallah ta'ala, maybe we ask these questions later on when the brother join us. Tfaddal, Shaykh.
We're going to go wirelessly.
So, Sheikh, there is a comment here that he said most outstanding loans of the deceased person will be obligated by the estate of the deceased. The bank will seek the balance of the loan.
It depends whether it is a secured loan or non-secured loan. Secured loan means that there is a collateral, there is a lien on the property, for example, or something. If there's unsecured loan, okay, then usually lenders have two options: either to keep like softly going after the people of the delinquent accounts, or otherwise they can sue them in the court, go after them legally to get their money. But this is unsecured loan.
So if in case, let's put it this way, if in case the inheritors are obligated by law to pay the loan of the deceased with interest, they have no choice. Are they committing sin in paying the interest?
No. If they are enforced, then I mean, يا أيها الذين آمنوا أوفوا بالعقود. I mean, they have to commit to the contract.
Okay.
Mr. Tech Savvy, what's going on?
So somebody is asking, somebody he said, with regards to inheriting haram money, if someone has real estate properties with loans from the conventional banks, is this considered halal or haram inheritance? So he got acquired properties, lands, houses, but from...
No, the house is halal, but the finance way actually is not halal.
But and I can inherit these properties from my father. Even he got them through conventional banks.
Well, there is a قاعدة here which is الحفاظ على أصل المال من الضرورات. Like preserving the investment is a necessity by itself. So if the kids or the inheritors decided to quit, right, what will happen? All the equity that has been initiated by the deceased will be lost, will be just gone. So this is a legitimate excuse for them to continue the contract as is and to pay on behalf of their deceased, in order for them to preserve the equity that their dad established prior to his death.
So there is additional piece.
طيب أخي, hold on. Why do not you go just wirelessly like? طيب.
So there is additional piece of information with regards to this question, Shaykh. He said the issue is the father got this business with the help of his children, which is a family business. Can the children later on inherit from their father these properties? So it was like a family business, not only the father.
I mean, they are the legal heirs. They are the inheritors by default, right? Like the wife and the kids, they are the legal heirs or the inheritors of the deceased. Now, if they participated or contributed or approved or supported him during his lifetime in committing a haram business, they are sharing the sin with him. من يشفع شفاعة سيئة يكون له كفر ولا تعاونوا على الإثم والعدوان. If they were like completely innocent, have nothing to do with the haram business that he has done, then as I said, عليه الغرم ولهم الغن. He will bearing the sin and they will enjoy the property after his death.
So if they participated in helping him haram, so they are sinners with him. Now, what do they do with the property?
The property is still halal because it is among al-haram likasbihi. It is a house like money, right? So the house actually is a halal property, but the finance way was not a halal one. So they have to deal with the finance way. Maybe they can refinance with any of those Islamic mortgage companies to preserve the property and to catch, as they say, like two birds in one stone. They can keep the property and do it halal, just refinance. Or otherwise, if they cannot, maybe they can like pay off as much as they can, because you know the amortization system here in the USA, if your mortgage is $2,000, right, and you are able to pay $5,000 a month, what will happen? All the extra amount will go toward the principal, consequently reduces the interest, right? So if you can get rid of that loan by paying off everything within just a few months or a few years, go for it. Well, do not go for it, you have to go for it. Because actually keeping the interest to the minimum is required here. If you cannot get rid of the interest, at least keep it to the minimum. You go with the less harmful option when it comes to paying off the interest.
So give me a second, Sister Rafin. So the following question, and I think it's related to the previous one as well. So in this case, the inheritors contributed in acquiring haram properties, but it's already paid. So I helped my father, but in a haram way with interest to gain lands and houses, but I helped him. Now my father is gone, died, and me and my siblings are the inheritors of my father. So these lands and houses, we inherit them or we get them in a haram way, but my father now passed away. Can we inherit these properties?
Yes.
And the next question.
Yes, with the intention of repenting to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala,
Okay.
promising not to commit that sin anymore. That sincere repentance will be more than enough to permit whatever generated in a haram way.
Okay.
Because
so
of
this
the
is
saying of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, فَمَنْ جَاءَهُ مَوْعِظَةٌ مِّن رَبِّهِ فَانْتَهَى, whosoever received an admonition from his Lord and consequently stopped dealing with riba, فَلَهُ
ما سلف.
مَا سَلَفَ, whatever he or she generated in the past will be his. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is al-Ghafur Rahim. Just make sure that you commit a sincere repentance, you promise not to commit that sin anymore, and you're just good to go.
So this is the next question then. If somebody who does commit sin in acquiring money in a haram way, whether through interest, through business in haram, now he repents to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
It's coming,
What does,
inshallah.
oh, so it's
Yeah,
coming.
yeah.
Okay.
So
So
again,
the repentance.
Again, if there is no legal owner of the money, stolen money, embezzled money, right? Repentance actually is insufficient because there is the legal owner of the money. Riba money is different because actually it has been paid to you out of consent from the borrower, right? So you are the legal owner of the interest money. Your repentance will be enough. Stolen money, no. Embezzled money, no. Money taken by force, no, because it does have legal owner. So it depends on the reason behind generating the haram money.
Yes, Sister Rafina, go ahead. Same thing for Algeria. Welcome. So let's start with this. Is so many questions. I don't know if we should cover it right now. Can we inherit from non-Muslims here? Like we have some
Yes, you
converts.
Yes, you can.
They can inherit from non-Muslims.
Yes, according to a very solid approach by Ibn Taymiyyah, and I think, Wallahu Alam, either Ali ibn Abi Talib, he reported, it was reported that he did allow Muslims to inherit from non-Muslims, despite the hadith, لا توارث بين أهل ملتين شتى, and the hadith, لا يرث المسلم الكافر ولا الكافر المسلم. Muslims and non-Muslims are not to inherit from one another. It does have some exceptions. Now, the embarrassing question is here: if a Muslim is allowed to inherit from his non-Muslim parents, why they are not in return allowed to inherit from him, right? I do not have a solid answer for it, but based on the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, a non-Muslim is not supposed to inherit from a Muslim. However, when there is a will, there is a way. That Muslim actually can bequeath to his non-Muslim parents. Bequeath means yusi wasiyah, like to write in his Islamic bequest that upon my death, for example, I want such and such amount or such and such percentage of my money to go to my parents, non-Muslim wife, for example, بما لا يزيد على الثلث, without exceeding 1/3 of the net value of the inheritance or the estate that he is leaving behind. That's a way out, like for him. Another solution is to gift his parents and his wife during his lifetime. Instead of waiting until he passes away, why does not he just go ahead and give to his parents from now? Out of acknowledgement and appreciation and love, and caring about them, you can give your non-Muslim parents from now. I mean, you are allowed to, make any decision that brings the best interest to you and to your parents during your lifetime with no restriction. Even if you want to donate or to give or to gift, whatever you want to call it, more than 1/3 during your lifetime, that's up to you. The restriction here, if you want to bequeath, okay, توصي وصية, you cannot exceed 1/3.
Okay, so last question, Shaykh, and then inshallah proceed. He's asking about checking account gives some minimal interest. What should we do with that interest money?
You should look for a free of charge, free of interest checking account, because unfortunately nowadays we do have this option of interest-bearing checking accounts. They have their own formula where they can't calculate interest as long as the money is untouchable. As long as you sleep on the money in your checking account, they calculate interest for you, which is not a halal option. Go and look for free of charge, free of interest checking account. Even if it is chargeable checking account, like if you open a personal account with Chase, if you do not maintain $5,000 minimum, they're going to charge you $12 a month, which is fine. I mean, this is just the maintenance fees. But make sure it is an interest-free checking account. That's completely different from the saving account. Saving account actually is an interest-bearing account from day one, as we already explained yesterday.
So are we going to cover penalty, late fees, Sheikh, or should I ask this question? We are going to cover them, penalty and late fees. So mortgage is coming as well, inherited loans, we spoke about this. I think we can proceed, inshallah.
Okay. Just waiting for a laptop. It's coming soon. Oh, it's too short. Maybe you can shift the table. Europe. Good to go. صورته فيها. طيب. Oh, this is a PDF one. Oh, that's fine. So we did discuss borrowing haram money, right? Inheriting haram money. Why inheriting haram money is halal. Stay in the safe side. 2 exceptions apply. Pawn shop business, ruling of pawn shop, rotating savings and credit association, credit union. Okay, employer loan. That is another issue. Sometimes you are offered interest-free loan by your employer as a kind of support, whatever the reason might be. On the paperwork that you sign, it is an interest-bearing loan. It does have 1 or 2% APR. But the employer actually is making it clear that do not worry about the interest, I will pay it on your behalf. Maybe your employer is borrowing money from Bank of America, and he commits to pay off the interest on your behalf. And you are not the one who applied for the loan. It was applied for through your employer. So the done deal, the final paperwork in front of you, is that this is an interest-bearing loan offered by your employer, but you are not required to pay the interest. You take $10,000, you pay $10,000 straightforward, no more and no less. That deal actually would be fine, because from your perspective, it is an interest-free loan. Another relevant example is when you get a deal with the car dealership that this car is for 0 APR, okay, and you will receive the car after 3 months. After 3 months, when you come to take the car, you find out that the paperwork indicates 1% or 2% APR. And the dealership actually is telling you, do not worry, I will pay the interest because I want to honor my word. I promised you based on the deal that this is an interest-free one. Do not worry. Take your car, ma'as-salama. I will pay, I will take care of the interest. Would that be fine? Yes, actually, it will be fine. Third-party employer loan. If a third party is lending the money, it's still allowed, if the company is the one who pays the interest. The gain will be for the employee, and the blame will be upon the company. عليهم الغرم ولك الغرم. What you should care about actually is the outcome result. Okay? Is the deal between you and your employer that this is an interest-free or interest-bearing loan? Interest-free, go for it. Even if it does incur interest, that will be taken care of by the by the employer. Loan issuance fees. Would you please read for me? Yeah. Loan issuance fees. One time. Similar to interest. Yeah, periodic fee. We need to understand that the finance system actually nowadays is way more sophisticated than it was before. And always there is something called overhead expenses. Those finance institutes do have employees and bills and insurance and maintenance and other and tax to be given. So it's not as simple as just like taking out $10,000 and giving it. It has to be processed. We have computers and software and hardware and a lot of expenses. So based on the sophistication of the system, they came up with the loan issuance fees. Loan issuance fees. This actually reminds us with the credit transfer fees. It's coming soon. Credit transfer fees. When you have credit card A outstanding balance and you couldn't find it, right? What do? You open another credit card account with a different bank, okay, and they offer you credit transfer. Do you want us to pay off the loan to Chase through Bank of America on your behalf? The answer is yes, please do me a favor. Well, this is an interest-free loan, but there is an issuance fees, either $50 or 1% of the amount. Which one is higher? That is one-time charge, okay? Processing fees, what do you call it? Balance transfer fees would be acceptable. As you see in the slide here, it is a one-time fee, and it's not a percentage. It's just a lump sum per transaction, per wire transfer. That would be fine. Now, if the percentage actually is if the charge is a percentage, that is a problematic. Why you charge me 1%? I mean, if it is an actual work, if you transfer $50 or you transfer $50 million, I mean, work-wise, logistic-wise, it should be the same, right? However, they charge you percentage. It's like a semi-interest, but I do not dare saying it is an interest. No, it is not. It is justified as service fees or wire transfer fees. Now, if this percentage is a periodic fee, okay? If, for example, the loan is given in payments, then it is clearly riba. I mean, what's the difference between the third scenario and any interest-bearing loan? You take $1,000 a month, you pay it back $1,050 every single month, right? So the third option actually is absolutely not a halal option. The other two might be overlooked. There is something else called the payment plan fees. Payment plan fees. Would you please, my brother, the one who's yawning here, the sleepy guy? Yeah, you. Yeah. The Malaysian one. Chinese? MashaAllah. I like the Chinese food, by the way. Maybe you can invite me today or tomorrow.
Example, students paying tuition fees in installments, similar to processing fees for issuing a loan. Required for services rendered like bookkeeping and collection, fixed and periodical, they are not considered interest.
Why they are not considered interest when it comes to paying your tuition fees? What's the difference between this one and this one? Any smart answer here? Nice try. MashaAllah alayk, ahsan, jazakallah khair. Here actually we are talking about loan. You are borrowing money. Here we are talking about buying credit hours. Credit hour actually is a kind of commodity. Well, it's a kind of service. So there is no loan agreement. You are purchasing, you are buying, okay? You are paying for the service, okay? Education service that is commonly known as credit hours, right? So this is a loan agreement, right? And this is a sale agreement or a semi-sale agreement. That's why we have like more lenience here, more flexibility, right? From a fiqh perspective, it means, okay, what is the name of the local university here?
RPI Sunni.
LPI? RPI is telling you, listen, if you want to take, Psychology 101 with me, I'm gonna charge you $700 if you want to pay cash one-time payment, okay? If you want to have a payment plan, okay, the same commodity, the same service, that is Psychology 101, is gonna be for $800, right? Or we can make a payment plan for you, but there is a processing fees, because we have some employees, we have collection, we have required bookkeeping and so on and so forth. So you have to take care of those expenses. And bear in mind, this is a sale agreement or a semi-sale agreement, and this one is loan agreement. Oh, we have like more flexibility here. So you can go with the payment plan with the understanding that you are purchasing a commodity for a certain price. What's the difference between this, like this example here, and John Smith who offered you yesterday $10,000 for the car cash versus $12,000 in installment for one fee? What's the difference? It's the same. John Smith is selling you a car, and the RLP, the university, whatever, is selling you a commodity or a product or a service called Psychology Class 101, for example. So it is okay. Yeah.
So by definition, Sheikh, even other services, like if you go to a doctor's office, if you pay cash $4,000, if you pay installment $6,000 or $5,000, but with the same office, no third parties involved.
No third party, yeah.
So it's okay, it's
yes,
halal.
yes, you are safe. Sharia compliant contract, sister. Tainted. Unlawful means, okay. Polytheist in Mecca. Prophet ﷺ was invited for a dinner or for a food by the Jewish tribes in Medina. He did not ask, how did you slaughter he just said Bismillah and he started eating, right? I mean, just to show you how much he was easygoing ﷺ when it comes to eating. Back to the Sharia compliant one. We do have some conventional banks, namely in the USA, Devon Bank. Devon Bank actually is a Jewish owned state bank in the state of Illinois. It is owned by a Jewish family called Landry, something like this. Anyway, it's a traditional bank. However, they have what is called an Islamic window, or sometimes they call it like a Sharia compliant branch. They do offer Islamic finance, or what is so-called Islamic finance. Question here again that we discussed yesterday: is it okay for you to deal with the assumption, although it's not the case, with the assumption that their Islamic finance products are halal or halal enough, right? Can you deal with Devon Bank providing that this is a conventional bank? The answer is yes, because of the same reason. What you should care about is the permissibility of the deal itself, regardless of where did he get the money from. I did receive actually, otherwise from my brother here. What's your name? Rafiq. Yeah, I will inshallah like further study it, and if there's anything new other than what I have in mind, inshallah, I'll get back to you or to the Shaykh or both of you, inshallah, to update the community. Partnership actually is the same. Can you partner with someone in which his money is coming from a haram resource? The answer is yes. Same logic. You should care about the permissibility of the partnership between you and him. There is no riba, there is no gharar, there is no qimar, there is no gambling, there is no ambiguity, there is no uncertainty, there is no interest, right? Where did he get the money from? That's actually his business. I mean, it's not in a positive way your business. Employment. Is it allowed to work for a company that takes interest-bearing commercial loans? Okay, you work for Shell, you work for ExxonMobil. Those people actually do not exclusively depend on the oil and gas business. They have their own, what is called the side business. Do you know that Apple nowadays does have its own credit company? Do you know that, Apple? Do you know that Apple does have its own Apple TV channel? And they make some money, right? So this is a side business. Well, most of the companies actually do borrow money with interest. What you do care about actually is the core business of the company. Is it an oil and gas, education, transportation, engineering? Okay, what kind of business? Adult entertainment, conventional bank. If the core business of the company is haram, then it goes without saying that you should stay away from it. If the core business is halal and your job, meanwhile, is a halal one, then you should be safe enough. So it is allowed to work for a company that gives interest-bearing loans. Permissibility is stipulated with two conditions. Number one, the business is halal, the core business is halal. The employee does not play a supportive role in borrowing or issuing a loan, even if it is mere supervision. You as a practicing Muslim employee, you are not in the lending department. You are not facilitating or helping in giving interest-bearing loan to other employees. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَمَنْ يَشْفَعْ شَفَاعَةً سَيِّئَةً يَكُنْ لَهُ كِفْلٌ مِنْهُ. Whosoever intercedes or participates in committing a sin will be sharing its consequences, which means in English, whosoever commits a sin only earns it against self, which means that that's a different ayah. وَمَنْ يَكْسِبْ إِثْمًا, thank you. وَمَنْ يَكْسِبْ إِثْمًا فَإِنَّمَا يَكْسِبُهُ عَلَى نَفْسِهِ. If you commit a sin, you are liable for your own sin. Others are not liable for your sin. Everybody actually is held responsible for his or her own sin. وَلَا تَزِرُ وَازِرَةٌ كُلُّ نَفْسٍ بِمَا كَسَبَتْ. نعم. وَمَنْ يَكْسِبْ إِثْمًا فَإِنَّمَا يَكْسِبُهُ عَلَى نَفْسِهِ. The Quran, alhamdulillah, is very consistent when it comes to this point. Creating liquidity or tawarruq. That's maybe not a very common example, but let me discuss with you. My sister here, would you? You? No. Yes, you. No, you. Yeah, go ahead. Tawarruq. Someone wants to have cash money. He does not want to deal with interest. Is it okay for me to buy a car for $10,000 credit sale, installment, right? And then to sell that car, spot sale or cash, to somebody else, $9,500. Would that be fine? This practice is called the tawarruq. The outcome result is that I owe party A $10,000, right? And I get from party B $9,500. This is, if you zoom out and look at the whole outcome result, as if you have borrowed $9,500 and you have to pay it back $10,000. Is it haram or halal? It should be halal because there is an actual real sale involved here. It's not an interest-bearing loan. You are not dealing with the same party. This is tawarruq. We are talking about two different parties. You purchased a car from A, they call it a credit sale. You pay him later on. And then you have sold that car. You took the responsibility and the liability of being the owner of the car. In a separate, different transaction, you have sold that car, cash to somebody else with a less price. That would be fine. But do not make it as a habit. This is the individual tawarruq, which is different from bay'ul 'ina. Bay'ul 'ina is completely different. Bay'ul 'ina actually is to tell my brother here that this phone is for you for $100. That's bay'ul 'ina. This phone is for you for $100. So far the phone is yours, and you owe me how much? How much? $100. On the spot, before even handing the phone to you, I buy this phone from you for $80, and I give you $80 cash. Would that be halal? Do not give me a smile, give me an answer. I like your smile. Give me an answer. This is actually something haram. Prophet ﷺ actually is the one who prohibited بيع العينة. نهى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن بيع العينة. بيع العينة is very simple. Okay, it's a kind of like a nominal, kind of nominal sale, not a real one. It's a very artificial, very fake, very unreal sale, right? Again, I give you this phone verbally for $100. Okay, I do not even give you the phone, so it's not under your collateral. On the spot, after selling you this phone for $100, what do you call it? Credit sale. You pay me later on. I buy it back from you while the phone is still in my possession for $80 cash. Now zoom out and tell me what is the outcome result of this deal. I gave you $80 cash and you have to pay me back how much? $100. And that's why we came up with a conclusion yesterday several times. العبرة في العقود للمقاصد والمعاني لا للألفاظ والمباني. What matters in transactions is the essence and the reality, not the wording or the formality. That's why the Prophet ﷺ نهى عن بيع العينة. It is haram because it is a fake and a nominal one. Is it different from a tawarruq? Yes, it is. A tawarruq actually is a real business. You purchase the car. Okay, you registered the car under your name. You transferred the title to your name. Different transaction, you went to a third party and you have sold that car for lesser price. There is an actual real business have been done in the market. That's halal. That's different from the banking tawarruq. Banking tawarruq actually is a scam. Banking tawarruq means that you go to so-called the Islamic bank, right? For tawarruq purposes. The bank actually does not want to give you straightforward interest-bearing loan. You buy from the bank some gold somewhere in the world. They claim that they do have gold. So you buy the gold from them for $10,000 credit sale. You know what? Not gold. Stay away from gold. Anything else other than gold. You buy a commodity for $10,000 from the bank. And then you authorize the bank. You authorize the bank to sell that commodity in your behalf to a third party. And you come back after a few days, you get from them $9,500 cash money. And you have to pay them how much? Right? The outcome result is very close to Bay'ul Ina. You took $9,500 and you pay it back after 6 months, $10,000. They claim that there is a commodity in between. And you give them like a power of attorney, okay, or a power of proxy to act on your behalf, to be your wakil in selling that commodity to a third party. From behind the scene, according to them, they do own this property. They have sold it to you. They took your permission to sell it to a third party for a lesser price, and they give you $9,500 cash, in which you have to pay it back $10,000 after maybe a few months. In my opinion, this is very, very similar, very close to the interest-bearing loan. Especially bear in mind that you do not possess that property, so-called property. You did not even see it. It was not in your collateral. You did not take any liability over it. You authorized the bank to do the business on your behalf from behind the scene. Allahu Alam, I do not feel comfortable whatsoever going with the banking tawarruq. Okay? Individual tawarruq might be fine as an excuse for those who want to stay away from riba, but not the banking one. However, this is a very debatable issue. Even the majami' fiqhiyya, like the contemporary fiqh council, are not in agreement about the banking tawarruq. My personal opinion, actually, I don't think it's a good idea. I do not feel comfortable issuing a fatwa that it is halal. So the client received 8, for example, from the bank immediately, okay, from the second transaction, and owes the bank 10 from the first transaction. Considering the purpose behind it, this transaction is forbidden, even if it is not riba per se. It is a very similar. That's my position, and I didn't change my mind as of yet. Letter of guarantee. Letter of guarantee. Who will be the next victim here? تفضل أخي. Yes, you. A type of contract? Of a customer? importer اللي هو المستورد يعني. Okay, keep going. If the client pays, attorney. Mhm. Keep going. Okay, not permitted in this case. So we said permitted in this case versus not permitted in this case. Keep going, please. Thank you. Here's the bottom line. It is forbidden to take compensation for a sponsorship. يعني أخذ المال على الضمان حرام. أخذ المال على الضمان حرام. Let's go back to the letter of guarantee. You want to export or you want to import commodity from China. You do not know the Chinese guys, okay, right there. Usually it is done through a third party, which is a bank. Now the bank actually has to issue something called letter of guarantee, خطاب الضمان. That's okay. Chinese guy, go ahead and ship the commodity to my customer in the USA. I will be guaranteeing him, I will be paying on his behalf if he did not pay. Or you know what? He will be paying you through me, through the bank. We have two different scenarios. Sometimes actually the letter of guarantee is issued based on the full payment offered by the importer, by you, the American importer, right? Which is fine. It means that you are giving a kind of power of attorney, okay, or you delegate that job of communicating with the Chinese exporters and you ask them to pay your money to them plus maybe some service fees. We do not have any issue with that. Problem here is that when the letter of guarantee is issued based on a partial payment, you did not pay in full. Total price is $1 million and they ask you for $100,000 to issue the letter of guarantee, right? And they communicated with the Chinese exporter that go ahead and ship him the commodity. We will take care of him. Of course, they're gonna charge you for the service. That is the problematic issue, right? It means that they are willing to pay on your behalf, in our example, $900,000 if you did not pay, and they're gonna charge you for that. Well, 900 paid on your behalf, and on top of it, you have to pay them extra. What do you call this? Interest bearing loan. العبرة في العقود المقاصد والمعاني لا الألفاظ والمباني. Factoring. Where's the doctor? Would you please read for me factoring? Okay. Ruling of factoring. I think we already took our time explaining the difference between factoring business and collection business. Factoring means that the factorer or the factoring agency is buying the loan from you for less, and they replace you in going after the other party to get as much as they can, and they make profit from the difference between the total amount versus the discounted amount. So it is a clear-cut haram business. Now, debt collection is different. Would you please? Debt collection? Exactly. Ruling of debt collection. Yeah, ja'ala, which means certain reward. طيب, let's go with the first part of it, which is the ja'ala one. Ja'ala actually is a kind of contract in the Islamic finance system. من وجد لي ضالتي فله $100. Whosoever can find my lost item, I'll give him $100. So this is an offer to the whole community. Whosoever can find my wallet, alhamdulillah, I still have it here. If it is lost and you find it for me, I'll give you $100, right? That's called ja'ala. So ja'ala actually here, in this context, means that the creditor is asking, I mean, you can justify it this way, that the creditor actually is assigning or hiring the collection agency to go on his behalf. He wants to outsource the job and save the headache of going after those delinquent accounts by asking a third party to act on his behalf, collecting the money for a commission, for a salary. But the bottom line is that that collection agency is not buying the loan, and that's the fundamental difference between the factoring and the collection business in the US. On the other hand, if there is a like a mutual deal, okay, an offer, a favor is given from the creditor. As I said, I mean, I owe Shaykh Yassin 5,000. I did not pay him on time. He's now frustrated. He said, you know what? Give me just 4,000 and you're good to go. Out of his own will, without being compelled, without being stipulated in the agreement. Can he do that? Yes, that's called ضاحى وتعجل. It did happen during the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ. He was sitting in the hujra of Aisha radiallahu anha, and where there were two different companions, raising their voice, disputing regarding a loan. The Prophet ﷺ actually unrevealed the curtain, and he showered with, he gestured with his hand like this. Yani make a discount for him and let him go. Get your money now with a discount. That's called ضاحى وتعجل. Okay, get some discount, give you the money, and just that would be a done deal. So that would be fine as well. So we are done actually with the first part, which is the bank loan or whatever is related to a bank loan. Moving on, secondly, with the late fees. Should we break for questions?
Any question related to what has happened or what was covered so far? Just only related questions. Yes?
You want to use the mic?
Sometimes, whether it's the government or the city, might say that you need to have bonds or security bonds, a letter of guarantee. So it's not, you can't really put the money up front to the bank to say, hey, I give you what if it's $1,000 to get me the letter. But you get a bond, a security bond, where they write the guarantee to the government to say they will guarantee for this much, but you have to pay the fee to the insurance or.
It's going to be the same. At the end of the day, it is a letter of guarantee, and if you did not pay, the full price for that commodity or merchandise or whatever you want to buy, and someone is guaranteeing you without paying in full, it's going to be the same. It means that he is entitled to take money for paying on your behalf, right? Paying on your behalf is a loan, okay? Charging you on top of whatever he or she has paid on your behalf will be by default counted as interest, as we already explained. No, forget about the loan, akhi. Forget about the loan. It is an owner finance. I'm just to keep it simple. It is an in-house finance between you and the car dealership. You took the car for $10,000 credit sale, and you turn like your back to a third party, a different brother or sister in the community, and you have sold that car for $9,500 cash. As simple as that. So you ended up taking 9,500, paying it back how much? 10,000, right? Apparently this is an interest. Well, it is not. Because the mechanism and the way that the deal has been done was clear that there was an actual real sale agreement. You purchased the car, you transferred the title under your name. You sold that, you took the liability and the risk and the responsibility of owning that car. You have sold that car to a third party that has nothing to do with the car dealership, right? So this is a clear difference between this model or this scenario versus borrowing money with interest. That's why, I do believe it is halal.
Yes.
I have actually a number of questions, if you don't mind. It's a very interesting presentation. The first question I have is, can we justify the interest we take when we take a loan from
Can we, I'm sorry?
Justify.
the interest you pay to the bank when you take a loan? Because the bank now he has to keep a record for you, he has to process your payments, and he has to pay during the life of our Prophet Muhammad,
Slaves.
no such things. You get the money and you take the money, so there were no other expenses incurred. So that's the question I'm
طيب, no. My answer is no. The bank actually is entitled, like again from a pure Islamic finance perspective, the bank is entitled to charge or to benefit or to gain whatever he wants if it is done in a halal way. If the bank is an Islamic one and does not go with the loan as a mode of finance, and the bank is willing to implement all these different kinds of Islamic mode of finance, musharaka, mudaraba, salam, murabaha, whatever, by being a partner or at least by taking a good amount of risk before giving that money or before partnering with the customer, that would be fine. So we do agree as a principle that the bank actually is not a non-for-profit organization. The bank actually is a profitable business. They want to make money. But the area of disagreement, how can they make the money? Is it through the risk sharing model, which is the Islamic one, or through the risk shifting model, which is the traditional one? We stand, clearly, strongly against the risk shifting model that I already explained yesterday. They have to go with the risk sharing model to justify the profit that they want to make. Well, this kind of risk, Akhil Kareem, is insufficient. Like the default risk is insufficient. Do you know why? Because even if you go with an Islamic loan, the default or the possibility of default risk is still there. Even if I give you $5,000 as a Muslim brother, there is always a possibility that, Allah forbid, you might disappear, you might pass away, you might deny, the loan. So the default risk is a common one. We are not talking about the default one. We're talking about bearing the responsibility of giving the money, being a partner, active partner with your customer, right? And to share the profit or to incur the loss proportionally based on contribution in the business. That is the risk that the traditional bank system is not acknowledging. That's why they go with the risk shifting one. You take the money, you are by your own. You make a profit, you break even, you incur loss, the bank does not care about you. This actually does not happen or should not happen if the Islamic finance or the Islamic banking system is implemented accordingly. Well, The difference akhi, is clear. If you want to establish, which is something that I highly recommend, if you want akhi, to establish your own Islamic mortgage company working off the secondary market, please do it as soon as possible. And I see that, mashallah, this community is having the ability of establishing your own Islamic mortgage company. However, the fact that every single member is a beneficiary, is a stakeholder, an account holder, does not justify any traditional way of financing a home. If that Islamic mortgage company decided to give you a loan of $500,000 in order for you to pay it back $700 in 10 years, this is actually not halal, it's still haram. It has to be based on musharaka, partnership, or ijara, lease to own, or murabaha. So the company has to buy the property cash, like a spot sale for $500,000, and then sell it back to you in a different transaction for $700,000 within the next 10 or 15 or 20 years. Or otherwise, they have to buy the house and become the landlord and go with you with what is called lease to own. You lease it for 10, 15 years, and then they sell it to you for a nominal price. And they have to be responsible for the maintenance, for the tax, for the insurance. Or otherwise, they can go with the musharaka. You pitch in, you buy 5% equity, they buy 95% equity, and you both as partners, as joint owners of the property, you take care of the financial responsibility of that property proportionally. So again, my point here is that the fact that you're involved in a cooperative structure of credit union does not or should not justify any interest-bearing loan or any haram service offered by that credit union or like Islamic mortgage company or whatever.
I will take some questions from those who submitted digitally. There is a question about employer relocation. Some employers give relocation and say you have to stay 2 years or pay back an amount depending on how long you have stayed. If you stay 1 year and then leave, then you have to give back like 50% of what.
Yeah, that's fine. المسلمون على شروطهم. يعني I'm willing to pay you $10,000 relocation expenses in order for you to stay working for me for 2 years. What's wrong with that? I'm going to incur some expenses in order for me to benefit from you. Are you okay with that? Right? If you say yes, then you have to abide by the contract. يا أيها الذين آمنوا أوفوا بالعقود. Simple as that.
There are some questions about working for banks, working for Walmart. It's coming, right?
It's coming.
Inshallah,
Do not work for a bank. You can work for Walmart. That's fine.
Okay, let's proceed, inshallah. Working for a bank. Inshallah, submit your question digitally. We'll come to it, inshallah. Next, or let's proceed with late fees, inshallah. There are so much to be covered, so inshallah, let's keep moving.
طيب, prohibited. Would you please? Prohibited. Okay, prohibition is the default rule of late fees. Can you read for me? Yes, please. We already explained this concept yesterday. We said the difference between the loan and the debt, and any kind of late fees usually connected with the debt, like a lease agreement, like utility bill, right? If you have to pay more than the original amount as a late fee, that will be counted as an interest, because that is equivalent to a loan, right? You end up paying the loan or the debt plus that, plus actually by default is an interest. Less prohibited. These fines, okay.
Fall under forbidden or other laws in Islamic law. You have a prohibition of means not forbidden for itself. This means that it is only a means that leads to a payment interest. It can be fully avoided if the borrower pays off the debt by its due date.
If you want to lease a house, right? Rent a house or rent an apartment. Can you okay? And it is time to sign the agreement. It's a standard agreement. It does have late fees. Can you avoid it or just scratch it out? No, you cannot. It has to be there, right? And this is what we have as a lease agreement or rent agreement. You take it or you leave it. Now, the good news here is that the late fees is avoidable. And the fact that you agree to pay late fees does not mean that you are paying late fees by default. If you commit yourself to paying on time, then you should be good, and you can avoid it. This actually brings to our attention the difference between al-haramu li-dhatihi wal-haramu li-ghayrihi. Forbidden for other cause versus forbidding for itself. When you go to Bank of America and you apply for $100,000 investment loan, this is haramu li-dhatihi, prohibited for itself, because riba is unavoidable. But when you have a line of credit with your credit card company, $100,000, that's not haramu li-dhatihi. Okay? When you have that line of credit, the company is telling you, listen, only and only if you use your credit card for cash withdrawal, I'm going to charge you interest. Only and only if you do not pay the monthly statement in full before the due date, I'm going to charge you. So riba actually is still there, do not get me wrong. But it's not as explicit as in the first scenario. It is avoidable when it comes to credit card, and it's not avoidable when it comes to taking straightforward loan from Bank of America. Now, what is the consequence of this differentiation? Right? Our fuqaha says, al-haramu li-dhatihi la tubihu illa ad-darura. If something is proven to be prohibited for itself, by itself, it cannot be permitted unless there is a necessity, right? And we mentioned an example yesterday. We said that you want to pay, for the rent of your apartment. You want to buy food for your family. You want to pay the tuition fees for your kids. And there is no way for you to borrow money with no interest. Can you borrow money with interest? Yes, you can. Because actually this is a kind of darura. Now, al-haramu li ghayrihi tubihu al-haja. If something is prohibited for its potential consequences, potential, paying interest when you hold the credit card. Haja is more than enough. Haja actually means legitimate public need. It doesn't have to be necessity. Necessity actually is more pressing, more stressing, right? That's darura. Haja actually is less, right? And this brings to our attention the permissibility of holding credit card for Muslims in the West, Muslims in the US in particular. Because number one, the haja is there. There are a lot of transactions nowadays cannot be done by paying cash money or using debit card or personal check or even cashier check, right? It has to be done through a credit card. And number two, you have to build your own credit history to be eligible to get good deal whenever you want to finance. Is that correct? So the haja is there, and the riba is avoidable. So this example fits perfectly fine or falls perfectly fine under wal-haramu li ghayrihi tubihu al-haja. Holding credit card is prohibited for its potential consequences, and the need is there. Thus, using credit card would be allowed. So less prohibited, permitted as needed. Yes, matters forbidden for other cause. Al-haramu li ghayri. Remember those terms. Matters forbidden for other cause are allowed by Islamic law on the basis of need. There is a clear need for utilities and in the modern day, right? I mean, you cannot live nowadays without having internet or running water or electricity, right? And you cannot avoid having the condition of the late fees. This is what you have, like hundreds of millions of people living in the US. If you want running water, then you have to sign an agreement. That agreement does have late fees. Well, go for it and avoid the late fees. And having those void, الشروط الفاسدة, having those void agreements or void clauses, if you wish, do not invalidate the agreement. يعني العقد صحيح والشرط فاسد. العقد صحيح, the contract actually is still genuine, sound, halal, but the condition actually is invalid. Well, invalid in a sense that you disagree with it, but legally speaking, actually it is binding, right? If you do not pay T-Mobile those $50 extra, they're going to go after you and charge you by force, right? So you cannot avoid it. I mean, it is there. But what we can do is to stay away from any late fees. You just pay on time. Penalty clause is different. Can I ask my sleepy brother? I got you. You busted. تفضل. Yeah.
this would not be considered interest. The contractor did not borrow money. The contractor did not borrow money from a buyer, but there is no loan involved. Nor is the property considered an interest bearing. Either for an immediate exchange to be required. The agreement is manufacturing, sale, or istisna.
Istisna, ahsant. Okay. So penalty clause actually is something related to manufacturing sale. When you contract a construction company, a contractor, to construct or to build a house for you, right? Whether it is owner finance or there is like an affiliated mortgage company with that construction company. That's completely different discussion. What is the focus here? What is the issue? In the agreement, you made it clear that you want the key of the house no later than December 31st, 2022. Because you already have made deal with the landlord that you're gonna move, relocate and going to your new house, okay, by January 1st, 2023. For some reason, the contractor actually defaulted, did not submit you the key before the end of the year. And based on the contract, you're gonna charge him money because you are incurring loss. You have to stay now day by day or month by month in the current apartment until the house is ready. Is that counted riba or not? Is there any loan agreement here? Loan agreement, are you borrowing money? No. Is there any sale agreement? Yes, there is a sale agreement. Manufacturing sale, according to the Ahnaf, is an independent contract, عقد الاستصناع. Manufacturing sale, according to the Jumhur, to the majority, is a kind of sale. Then at the end of the day, it is a sale. But guess what? Yes, it is a sale. Let's go with the Jumhur, with the majority. It is a sale. But the nature of the agreement actually has nothing to do with riba. First of all, the house is not a useless item. Am I correct? Number two, who is the buyer and who is the seller here? Who is the buyer, who is the seller? You as a customer, you are the buyer. Let's go with the assumption that this is a sale agreement, manufacturer sale. Let's go with the mainstream fatwa. Who is the buyer and who is the seller here? You, the customer, is the buyer, and the seller is the construction company. Who is paying the extra money? The seller. Is that correct? And that's completely the opposite of riba. If the buyer is the one who is paying more, then that's riba. Does that make sense? If the buyer is the one who is paying more, then that's riba. But in this case, the seller is the one who is paying extra. We'll call it riba. I don't mind. The one who is paying riba or interest is the seller. And that amount is justified because of the delay from his side. So it's not riba, it's not interest. The whole deal actually does not indicate any semi-interest, deal whatsoever. Ruling of penalty clause. Okay. Late fees received are not paid. Okay. All the way, sister in the back, in the chair. Sister, would you please? Yes. Income tax return. Go ahead. That is one example. Detention release bond. So what do you think about this late fees, right? You overpaid Uncle Sam, the IRS, and then you prove to the IRS that you paid more. Usually they pay you the difference plus interest, especially if there is like a significant amount of time in between. Okay, what do you think? مفتين فقهاء تفضل. Yes, ma'am. It cannot be avoided, but you can dispose the money. I mean, you take it. Well, the question here: are you allowed to use that money? Why not? That is the only excuse that could be used to permit it. I do not feel comfortable allowing it, but I agree with you. Okay, there is أخي شوف يعني المعروف عرفا كالمشروط شرطا. The prevailing customer is equivalent to abiding contract. If it is well known in the USA that the IRS is paying extra as an interest for the overcharge of tax, then it is equivalent to a contract. And that's why I feel more comfortable that you dispose that money. But honestly, I'm not 100% positive that it is haram. Because again, you did not ask for that money. It was sent to you in the check. Like when they refunded you the difference, they paid you extra. Same for inmates who pay what is called a detention bond, like to release yourself. You pay to the government or to the court system, you pay $10,000, right? And you go ma'asalam, you go home. After 5, 7, 10 years, whenever the issue is released and just settled with the government, they release that bond, they give it back to you, and they calculate interest on it. Now, can you take that money? Again, the same argument. Is it stipulated when you paid the bond? No, it was not. But there is a very common practice, a prevailing, custom in the USA, that any government agency, if you overpay them, they have to pay you back the difference plus interest. So to be on the safe side, stay away from it. Okay? But honestly, I do not dare saying that it is explicitly prohibited because it was not stipulated explicitly in the agreement. It's a prevailing practice, okay, more than to be a binding agreement, to put it this way. Wallahu alam. I'm not sure if you can take questions.
We don't take questions, but if
طيب.
you're done with these,
Yeah, we're done with this.
okay, go ahead. Yeah.
The extra, yes.
Bring it
Yeah.
to the masjid.
No, pay it to guidance scholars. Do not listen to him.
Guidance, he said. Now we are competing, our masjid versus guidance.
That's a conflict of interest in the masjid.
تفضل.
I'm sorry?
They make settlement.
What kind of business you have, sister? No. What kind of business you have? You are
Tax professional, right?
So you file like income tax return for your client? Okay. They do not pay enough tax? Okay. Let me just try to understand. You provide a tax filing service and you charge your client based on the service that you provide.
No. Can I explain her? So she said her clients, when they don't pay the amount that they are supposed to pay, so not they overpay, actually the opposite of overpay.
To the IRS?
To the IRS, yes, to the IRS. They less pay what they are supposed to pay the IRS.
Okay.
Now, when the IRS give them the statement, they are way beyond what they are, below what they are supposed to pay. Now, the one way to resolve this issue is settlement, which is IRS giving them installment plan. So because it's a lot of money they are supposed to pay. So with this installment plan, there is interest, right? This is your question. So there is interest made by IRS if you don't pay your tax.
If the taxpayer is able to pay the tax and avoid interest, then he has to.
Okay.
He has to. If the taxpayer cannot afford paying in full, and he or she has to make an installment, and there is no possibility of having an interest-free loan from somebody else who is not in need for that money, then he has to do what he has to do.
It's
I mean, this is
darura.
the government. I mean, you cannot mess up with Uncle Sam, as they say.
So, yeah, but this is why Shaykh saying, if the person is able, then he is not allowed to put himself in that position. Yeah.
Well, I don't think, sister, that you have to do anything with what your customers do. You provide tax filing service, and you charge for your service regardless of their financial ability. Are they solvent? Are they insolvent? Are they willing? Are they straightforward, willing to pay? Do they manipulate and go around the system? That's actually their problem. Even if they have to make an installment or an arrangement with the IRS and pay interest, I mean, you have absolutely nothing to do with that.
But you are facilitating this, Shaykh. So she's as...
No, you are not facilitating. No. No. You are not facilitating, sister. You are offering your tax filing service, and you charge for it. That's it. I mean, your job, your service ends by giving them the paperwork to apply, or you apply on their behalf to the IRS. Yeah, as I said, I mean, if you do have the ability,
just listen to the Shaykh.
Yeah, as I said, sister, if you do have the ability of paying off the outstanding, tax money to the IRS, then you have to, because this is the only way that you can avoid interest. But if you cannot, I mean, you cannot. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. Allah does not task any soul beyond its capacity. I mean, do you have any other choice other than to any option other than to make an installment with interest with the IRS? No other choice. So you have to do what you have to do.
So another question, Sheikh, that is coming is about late fees. Inshallah ta'ala, we conclude with this before Dhuhr. So late fees.
Is it Dhuhr time?
Yes, it's Dhuhr time. So about late fees, if late fees is considered riba, what else can now Muslim business owners or Muslim property owners who are renting apartments, how else can they ensure or enforce people paying on time? If they cannot charge late fees, people tend to neglect, not pay on time, and they get away with it. So why late fees is not halal? Because it will enforce people to pay on time.
Well, if you as a business owner, as an like entrepreneur, for example, as a landlord, if the only way you can enforce and just show, an ugly face to your non-compliant customers is to charge them late fees, go for it. Charge them late fees. But make sure you do not benefit from that late fees. You do not put that money in your pocket. You just keep a track of the money that you charge as late fees. You put it aside. If you want to hire a law firm, an attorney, or collection agency to go after them, use that money, to go after them and to get your money. Now, this is one way. The other way, maybe you can ask for a guarantor or a co-signer, right? You can ask for a guarantor or a co-signer if you have some doubt or hesitance that this person is solvent enough, committed enough, willing to pay you on time. If the initial tenant did not pay, then you can charge the co-signer or the guarantor. Now, when it comes to Islamic schools, it is unfortunate to say that it became a phenomenon that parents do not commit to paying the tuition fees on time. And this is really, really unfortunate that we take advantage of our own Islamic institute. This is, excuse me all, really embarrassing. When we send our kids to private schools, we pay on time with pleasure, with a big smile. When it comes to an Islamic school, this is an Islamic school, it belongs to the masjid, to the Shaykh, so forget about it. Well, from the Islamic school's perspective, there is another way, right? Another way to intensify the parents to pay on time. For example, you want to charge $500 per month per child, per student, right? And instead of setting $500 as a tuition fees per month, you can say, okay, it's $600 per month. $600 per month. However, if you successfully pay before the 5th of each month, I will make a discount of you $100. Guess what will happen? What will happen? All they're gonna pay? No. They will pay you on time with a big smile because they are making discount. And this is actually a halal trick, if you wish, to go around the riba. Okay? Based on your budget, you are happy with 500, right? But if you say 500, no one will pay you. We'll make it $550 or $600, and you can make a promotion. If you pay early bird payment, whatever they call it, you will be getting $100 discount. They're going to pay you with pleasure, with a beautiful smile. So it's a win-win situation.
Khair, inshallah. I think it's time for Salat al-Dhuhr. We will break for Salat al-Dhuhr, and then inshallah ta'ala 1 hour for lunch. So inshallah ta'ala we'll be resuming our session 2:30. 2:30 inshallah ta'ala until 5. Of course there is breaks in between, but inshallah so much will be covered in these couple hours inshallah ta'ala. So we pray Salat al-Dhuhr. Go enjoy your lunch inshallah ta'ala. Try to come back on time. Jazakumullah khair.
And I will appreciate it actually if we keep the break as a break, like no discussion or questions, because it is a break. Otherwise it will be a break for you but not a break for me, right?
Jazakumullah khair. Subhanakallahumma bihamdik, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum.
I think I need Hussam's help. There is a way where when you click, it takes you to the next slide right away.
Assalamu alaikum, Hussam. If you hear me, please, Hussam, you can come to the musalla. Jazakallah khair.
What happens if you hit the arrow keys? You hit the right arrow?
What happened? What?
Oh, you're right. MashaAllah alaik. Jazakallah khair.
Thank you.
Tech savvy.
So I think we replace Hussam. We find an alternative for Hussam. Are you interested in a job? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursaleen. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Welcome back, brothers and sisters. I hope you didn't eat so much so you can focus, right? Inshallah ta'ala, we'll be having 2 sessions for the remaining of the day. Inshallah ta'ala, we'll take 1 session until around 3:30. We have a short break, inshallah ta'ala, and then we continue. Again, if you have a question, please send it in a piece of paper or digitally, so we can, inshallah ta'ala, make sure it is asked in the proper time. Jazakumullah khair. Tafadhal, Shaykh.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulullah wa ba'd. We agreed with the Shaykh on a new strategy that we're going to go faster with those traditional topics that we already discussed a lot, and alhamdulillah, you have a lot of background about them. For example, late fees and credit card. And we'll invest most of the time on the very contemporary issues like cryptocurrency, home mortgage, investment in the stock market, life insurance. So we'll go fast to make sure that inshallah by tomorrow 3:30 p.m. we'll be covering the 390 slides inshallah. Deal? So fasten your seatbelt, we're going to just fly now. When you hold the credit card, it means that you are borrowing money. So all the rules and the restrictions of the loan agreement have to be applied here. What kind of streams of revenue, how do they make money? Usually credit card companies sometimes collect debt without interest, right? Especially when they deal with practicing Muslims. Okay, you just keep using your credit card without paying interest. So you are not that I would say, beneficial or good customer for them. They do actually charge money beyond the scope of loans. They have multiple streams of revenue, some that are allowed and others are forbidden. A client must agree to all terms of the contracts, among which is paying interest. We said several times that this is something haramun لغيره, prohibited for other causes. Hence, the default ruling is that it's forbidden to initiate this contract because it entails agreeing to pay interest. Again, we said that if the haram is haramun لغيره, prohibited for other causes, then we can overlook that prohibition because of the public and general need, which is the case for Muslims living in the US. If I'm living in Jordan or in Algeria or in Saudi Arabia nowadays, I would say using the same credit card that used in the USA is not allowed, because the monetary and the finance system there is completely different. Until today, people actually use cash money to pay. We do not use cash here, as much as they do overseas. So the need actually is different because the finance and the monetary system here actually is completely different. Two levels of prohibition. We discussed it: al-haramu lidhati wal-haramu lighayrihi. If the interest is unavoidable, then the transaction is prohibited for itself. Thus, you have to show a necessity to permit it. If the prohibition is avoidable, like in the case of opening a credit card, then necessity is not necessary. You can go with the public need. وَالْحَرَامُ لِغَيْرِهِ تُبِيحُهُ الْحَاجَةِ. Whatever is prohibited for other causes could be permitted in case of public and general need. Need for using credit card, it's already explained. Conditional permissibility: as long as you need it, which is the case, then you can use your credit card as long as you commit yourself to staying away from paying interest. Do not use your credit card for cash withdrawal. Do not use your credit card for international transactions if that particular company does charge you interest for the international transaction. We said yesterday that some of those companies consider any kind of international transaction as if it is a cash withdrawal, right? We said that they charge you wire transfer fees, that's halal. Currency exchange fees, that's halal. Interest on the cash money that you use for purchasing, that is not halal. Okay, now what are the allowed credit card transactions? Buying essentials or paying bills, as long as the balance is paid in full and by the due date or before the due date. Paying a statement balance is enough to avoid riba. Paying current balance, what's the difference? Statement balance actually belongs to that particular month. You know the system here, like by the 20th of the month, the circuit or the cycle actually is over. So whatever you do in the last 10 days of the month of November, month of November, will be transferred to the next month. If you do have sufficient fund to pay the current balance, have a peace of mind and pay it. If you want to go with the minimum to avoid interest, then you can go with the statement balance. Statement balance is what has to be paid for this month. Current balance actually is the total amount, right? Total amount. International transaction is allowed if they do not charge you interest for this service. Now be careful, cash withdrawal is not an option. It's not a debit card. Using your debit card for cash withdrawal is okay. Using your credit card is not. What's the difference? When you use your debit card, you are withdrawing money that you own. You are not borrowing money. When you use a credit card, you are borrowing money, and you are not allowed to borrow money with interest. Issuance fees actually is permissible, although it's not the case nowadays. Most of those companies do not charge you the $25 anymore. They give it to you for free. Even if you lose it, you just report it and they will send you another one for free. Accepting credit payments is allowed as well. You as a merchant, you can accept credit card. You know that you charge your customer $100. You know that you will be receiving only $97 service fees for the credit card company. This is one of the ways that they make some halal money. Balance transfer fees, it's already explained. It is halal as long as the loan itself actually is an interest-free loan, which is the case, by the way. Usually those credit card companies do not charge you interest for the balance transfer. They lend you the money for free, like free of interest, but they charge you one-time charge. They call it balance transfer fees. Either lump sum, okay, or a certain percentage of the amount. Which one is higher? For example, $50 or 1% of the amount. Whatever is higher, that would be fine. Paid promotional discount. Promotional discount when purchasing from a partner store. I was discussing with the Shaykh now during the lunch that there are a lot of like collaboration between the credit card companies and the retail stores, right? If you use your Capital One credit card, purchasing items from Sam's Club, from Walmart, from Walgreens, you will be getting a discount. That's fine as well. It's all actually are justified as hibatun mashruta, like a stipulated gift. You tell your son, for example, if you finish memorizing Juz' Amma, I'll give you $100. Likewise, if you go shopping using my credit card in Walmart, I'll give you a discount. That would be fine. Free promotions, cashback, air mileage. If you use a certain credit card, they give you air mileage. Coupons, shop gift card, right? Shop gift card. Shop products. Sometimes like you take actual product. If you purchase with a minimum of $350, they give you, for example, a free gift. All these different kind of promotions actually are allowed. They have nothing to do with riba. Why? Because the beneficiary actually is the borrower and not the lender. We already explained that several times yesterday. Versus the forbidden credit card transactions. Delaying your credit card payment is not allowed. This would entail riba. Avoid paying interest. You just go with the statement balance. If you want to be in the safe side, go with the current balance if you can afford it. International transaction is prohibited if they charge you interest for that transaction. Cash withdrawal is not allowed. Paying interest anyway is not allowed. There are certain credit companies like statewide, not federal. They charge you interest anyway. I still remember that there was when I was in Michigan, I think 15, 17 years ago, there was like a small local state bank called Charter One. If you open a credit card with Charter One, they charge you interest anyway, even if you pay on time. Well, that's haramun li dhati. This is prohibited for itself, as already explained. Am I going too fast? Are you catching up with me? Your seatbelt is fastened? Good to go? Right. Secure the credit card if you do not have credit history. You just came, as they say, fob from overseas, and and you want to apply for a credit card, right? Usually your application will be denied, because actually having bad credit is way better than not having credit. I mean, this is the mentality of the credit card companies. So they give you the option of applying for what is called the secured credit card. Secure credit card is not a debit card. Secured credit card means that you are interested in having line of credit up to, give me a number, $5,000, right? You pay in advance $5,000. But you do not use those $5,000 for cash withdrawal. You cannot. This is a security deposit. Security deposit. Say, for example, that you deposit already $5,000, and within 1 or 2 months, you purchased items for $5,000. You change your mind. You told the credit card company, you know what? I'm not interested in your service. We just break even. I gave you $5,000, and I spent the $5,000. Please close my account. Doesn't go this way. You are not using your $5,000. You are borrowing money. But whatever you have deposited is a security deposit. Exactly like when you rent an apartment, you pay security deposit. They tell you, no, sir, it doesn't go this way. You need to pay us back the $5,000 that you spent, and then upon the closure of your account, we're going to send you back your security deposit $5,000. So the confusing part here is that, is it a credit card or a debit card? Well, it is a credit card, because again, you are still borrowing money. You are not using your own money. Is that clear? So that's the secured credit card. Debit or credit? No, it is a credit one. Security deposit plus interest. Now, upon the completion of the term, usually 12 months, 18 months, they send you back the principal, the security deposit plus interest, with a big letter, thank you for your business. So they give you $5, $10 interest. Stay away from that interest. Pay it in charity. Dispose it. Do not take that money. Although, in my opinion, it's not a clear haram for you to take it, because you did not stipulate it. But this is like a prevailing mainstream custom practice. It is well known that if you open secured credit card, upon the completion of the term, they send you the security deposit plus interest. Have a peace of mind and just get rid of that amount. Another option, some reliable scholars, as I said, Ibn Taymiyyah and others, they said that you did not stipulate it. It was not clear in the agreement that you are entitled for interest. That's why, you can take it. I always say, al-khuruj min al-khilafi mustahab. Staying away from any disputable issue between the scholars is always a devotion and a preferable action. Have a peace of mind, stay away, be in the safe side, and just dispose that money. Debit card actually is different, completely different. When you have a debit card, you are using your own money. The only thing that you need to be aware of is the overdraft charge that we already explained yesterday. If you overdraft your card, like purchase something in which you do not have sufficient fund, you will be charged overdraft charge. That overdraft charge actually is a kind of interest because you borrowed money with interest. Other fees would be fine. Even if you decide to use your debit card for cash withdrawal, that would be fine, even if it entails fees. Because again, this is a service fee. You are not borrowing money. You are using your own money remotely through the ATM machine. Debit or credit, sometimes like in the point of sale, they ask you, do you want to use your card as a debit or as a credit? Let's read this one more. Some debit cards can be used as a credit card as well. Let me ask you this. Why you use your debit card as a credit? Why? Why you use your debit card as a credit card? Because it takes 2 to 3 days to be reported or to be charged. Sometimes you might need to build more credit history. So use your debit card as a credit card. Now, the question, if you decide to use your debit card as a credit card, will it be really counted as credit? Are you borrowing money here? Fine. Some debit cards, can be used as a credit card. Okay, if it's used as a credit card, the funds will not be immediately withdrawn from the account. This is one of the benefits. You do not have sufficient fund, as you said. Using it as a credit card may also be useful if a business does not accept debit cards. Sometimes you get stuck with a point of sale where debit card is not allowed. It has to be credit card, right? Can you use it as a credit card? Yes, you can. So it still remains as debit card in terms of its ruling in the Islamic finance system. Because again, the money is yours. You are not borrowing money, although you think that you are doing so, but actually it is not. Overdraft protection, a credit arrangement. Overdraft protection means that if you pay a certain fees and you overdraft your card, you will not be charged overdraft charge, right? Is it haram or halal? Let's see. Credit arrangement under which a bank automatically extends a short-term loan to cover a check's amount, checking account, maybe check's amount that exceeds the check writer's or drawer's account balance. So you wrote a check, for example, $500, and you have only $300. Instead of bouncing back and charging you overdraft charge, they just let it go, and they ask you to pay the difference within just maybe a few days, right? So not allowed because guaranteeing others' financial obligations is a kind of lending. When you pay for this service, when you pay for this service and then you overdraft your debit card, you are benefiting the bank financially. So the bank actually is getting some money to provide that service. So this is a kind of كل قرض جر نفعا فهو ربا. I would say stay away from it. Do not pay for the overdraft protection. And check your balance every day. You have an app for your share. Just make sure that you have sufficient fund before you go to any point of sale and make a purchase. Make sure that you have sufficient fund. Saving account actually is a kind of interest-bearing loan. We discussed this yesterday. Who were here yesterday? Everybody? Fine. So alhamdulillah, we can go fast. Saving account actually is an interest-bearing loan because when you open a saving account, your principal and the surplus on top of the interest, whether 1% or more or less, is guaranteed. So it is similar to giving somebody else a loan for an interest, although it's not introduced to you as an interest-bearing loan, but that is the nature of the agreement. العبرة في العقود للمقاصد والمعاني لا للألفاظ والمباني. Okay, straight interest-based account, not a trust or wadi'a. Some people nowadays, especially in Egypt, some scholars, try to justify the permissibility of saving account by saying, oh, this is a kind of trust or wadi'a. Well, it is not a trust. Okay, if you are a trustee with the money, can you use the money? The bank actually does use the money. If you are a trustee and the money actually is ruined or stolen with no negligence from your side, with no negligence, with no carelessness from your side, are you guaranteeing that amount? No, you are not. But when you open a saving account, the money actually is guaranteed by the FDIC. So it cannot be justified as a wadi'a. A ruling of opening a saving account actually is not halal, even if you know that I will not be benefiting from that interest. I will take the interest and just give it away. Well, you cannot do that, because opening a saving account is something haramun li dhati, prohibited for itself. It is a self-money generating system. Now, the fact that you choose to keep that interest in the bank, okay, does not permit the transaction. The fact that you choose to take the money and put it in the masjid or to give it away does not actually help you permitting the transaction. Because again, this is haramun li dhati. Haramun li dhati. So you cannot actually have a saving account to start with. Gaining interest to pay interest. You cannot open a saving account and designate that fund to pay interest to the IRS or to pay interest to your mortgage, right? الوسائل لها حكم المقاصد. You need to make sure that all of your transactions are halal, and if you have to pay something, it has to be paid from a halal source of income, not from a haram source of income. That's exactly like the one who is stealing money to donate the stolen money to the needy people, right? Maybe your goal is good, your goal is good, but the means to reach that goal actually is not good. Ignorance is an excuse. If you do not know, then afallahu amma salaf. From now on, if you have a saving account, just to close it and limit yourself to checking account. Certainty overrides probability. الشك لا يبطل باليقين. Certainty overrides probability. أو يعني اليقين لا يزول بالشك. What does it have to do with our discussion? Claiming to open. Okay, who's sleepy here? Who's sleepy? Mu'adh. You overeating the lunch. I saw you. تفضل. تفضل يا معاذ. Do you know what does it mean? When you open a saving account, you are committing something haramun li dhati, right? And your justification is that I want to protect my money against identity theft. Well, this is a probability. So the probability is the identity theft, and the certainty actually is the sin that you are committing by opening a saving account. Okay? When there is a contradiction between the two, then certainty overrides probability. Another checking account. If you do have a big chunk of money, and you do not feel safe, which is the case, to keep that money at home, what should you do? You open another checking account. As simple as that. If you do not release the information of your new checking account, the possibility of identity theft will go down to zero. Do not use the debit card. Do not write a check from that new checking account. Just keep it confidential, right? And you keep just maybe a few hundreds or few thousands of dollars for your day-to-day transaction with the current checking account that you have. Money market account is a combination of checking account and saving account at the same time. Problem here is that you cannot proceed with any business in the stock market without having money market account. Well, if that is the case, you can have money market account, use it for settlement purposes only. not for like making money, only for settlement. Like you buy, you sell, you receive money, you send money. And if that account, the money market account, generates some interest, go ahead and dispose that on. Why it is allowed? Because again, there is a kind of necessity here. Okay, all of us here actually do have something to do with the stock market through our personal investment, private investment, retirement accounts. We do have a connection with the stock market some way, somehow, right? So prohibiting Muslims from opening a money market account would result in just shutting down and just eliminating any possibility of you dealing in the secondary market, which is absolutely, not acceptable. Health saving account. That's a kind of insurance and investment at the same time. It's confusing a little bit. طيب. Who is sleepy here? Who is sleepy here? تفضلي يا الأخت الأسيستنت شو اسمها؟ سعدية تفضلي يا سعدية. Tax advantage. So this is an option for those who pay high deductible. You can open something called health saving account. Health saving account. It's a kind of saving and investment for health purposes. You cannot use that money to purchase a house, for example. It has to be paid for any healthcare provider, right? And it is tax advantage, which means that as long as you are not touching the money, you just save that money there, that's tax advantage. It's a tax-free, at least for a certain period of time. Okay? Ruling of HSA, Saadiya, you're not done yet? تفضل. Users earning. Most probably when it comes to setting your health saving account, it's not a traditional saving account, so to speak. It's very close in nature to your retirement account. You can sit with the health, with the wealth manager, with the financial advisor, and pick and choose certain industries or certain package, certain portfolio, if you wish, right? If that is the case, then definitely you have to make sure that you go with the most permissible options available for the health saving account. Do not waive the opportunity of benefiting from the tax advantage, right? I mean, this is for your own benefit. So go ahead and open a health saving account. Make sure it is as halal as possible. As I said here, you have two options here. Individual. Whether by avoidance to start with, if you can pick and choose whatever industry or stock is halal, you go with it, or otherwise by riddance. You could not avoid 20%. Okay, 20% of your healthcare, if your health saving account actually is haram. Keep it as is. Every single year, dispose 20% of the profit, not the market value, be careful. Dispose 20% of the profit of the health saving account, pay zakah on the rest, and you're good to go. Clear? Checking accounts actually is completely different. When you have a checking account, that's different from saving account. You deposit your own money. Riba activities, banks usually use the money deposited in checking account. Banks actually are not silly. They have their own experience, they have their own data. They know very well that maybe more than 60% of the deposited money in the checking accounts stay untouchable. People just sleep on them and do not take them. Well, they do not just keep watching and sleeping as well on the money. What do? Use that money for lending purposes. So directly or indirectly, you are supporting the non-Islamic finance system conducting more activities. But the problem here is that we need that service from one side. From the other side, you did not authorize the bank to use your money. I know that they use my money from behind the scene, but at least I did not authorize them. Unlike when I open a saving account clearly means that I'm giving them money as a loan and I'm guaranteeing my return. And I know that they lend that money with higher interest, as I already explained yesterday. Remember when I said that banks do two different jobs, fund mobilization and fund utilization. You still remember that? So when you open a saving account, you are a part of the fund mobilization. When you are borrowing money from the bank, you are a part of the fund utilization. It's all about riba. Now, when it comes to riba activities, I know that the banks actually use our money, but there is no other alternative. Once you live some way, somehow, in a system where there is an Islamic banking service, credit union, Islamic bank that does offer checking account, believe it or not, at that point, you are not supposed to open a checking account in a conventional bank. Is it the case nowadays in our society? Unfortunately, no. Once, inshallah, we stand for our responsibility, take the challenge and establish our own Sharia compliant credit unions and Islamic banks, it's going to become prohibited for us to open checking account in a conventional finance companies. Interest-based checking account, it has to be avoided. We said several times, make sure that you go with a free of charge, free of interest checking account.
Can we ask some questions, Sheikh? We have a lot of
We are
questions.
done with the...
Yes. So somebody is asking about saving account. If the bank give you the option not to get any interest on the saving account, like Chase Bank, is it halal?
No, because opening a saving account is a money generating or interest generating account by default by the system. It does generate money. You cannot, I mean, the bank cannot stop it, but the bank actually can help you not to take the money. They can, keep the money. In fact, actually, it is worse when you open a saving account and you ask the bank to keep the interest. You are giving the money for free, and this is not a.
So can we have a saving account in a credit union without interest?
No, you cannot, unless it is a Sharia compliant one. One of the obstacles, by the way, I was talking to the Mashaykh that I was trying myself, along with some Mashaykh, to establish a Sharia compliant federal credit union. One of the obstacles is that for the first 2 years at least, we have to show the authority that we do offer a traditional saving account with interest. And this actually defeats the purpose of having a Sharia compliant credit union.
So can I put an ATM machine in my business and make money out of it?
Say it again.
Can I put an ATM machine in my store, in my business, and make money from it?
The ATM machine actually is a service. It brings money. Like if someone uses his credit or her credit card, okay, using your own ATM machine, who's going to charge him the interest? Is it you, the contractor, or the bank? No, the bank actually. To my knowledge, the bank. If you are the one who's charging interest, then no, you cannot. But most probably, and I want to verify this point, most probably the one who charges interest is not the contractor, okay? Is not the vendor or the contractor who provides the ATM machine. No, it is the lending bank. If that is proven, then I do not see any issue, providing that not all of your customers will be holding credit cards. Some of them will be holding debit cards, and charging actually for this service, should be allowed. Wallah.
So somebody is asking about HSA. Why do you have to dispose of 20%, and how do you calculate the zakat on HSA?
As I said, if you ended up having, let's say, the best you can do is to keep your health saving account 80% halal, 20% haram. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُمْ. Be conscious to your Lord as much as you can. Keep it as is in order for you not to compromise and not to waive that tax advantage money. Okay? and just dispose 20% of the profit, assuming that that profit is coming from the haram portion. And just pay zakah on the rest of it.
How to dispose riba money, haram money?
Give it to guidance college. We welcome haram money, we do not mind.
Is this the sender fatwa over?
Or to your masjid, how about that? Okay. You know what? We share 50-50.
Somebody is asking.
Again, I'm just to make it clear, يعني it's not a joke. الحرام لا ينتقل إلى ذمتين. يعني that money is haram for you because it came from riba. Once you dispose that money, put it in the masjid, it's not haram for the masjid to take it. We are not joking. I mean, this is a fiqh ruling. Once you give it to guidance college, it is a donation or just a contribution, whatever it is. Between you and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you are disposing the haram money. From our side, with all due respect, we do not care about the source of the money. We receive it as a donation. We just take it.
So sometimes bank offer interest-free credit for certain time period. Is it allowed to use that loan as long as you pay it off within the interest-free time period?
Yes, even if you open a new credit card, they give you what is called the grace period or introductory period, 18 months interest-free. As long as you commit yourself to paying the minimum payment, $35, $50, you can use the whole line of credit, $100,000, with no interest whatsoever. If you are positive that you do have the financial ability of paying before the end of the introductory period, go for it. As long as there is a haja, you need it. Why? Because riba is avoidable or unavoidable? Avoidable or unavoidable?
Avoidable.
It is avoidable. I mean, you know yourself very well. I can manage paying off the $100,000 before the end of the 18 months. I know myself very well. And I need that money for now. Can I move on? Yes, you can. Just make sure that you pay the minimum payment and you move on.
Can I charge a credit card processing fee to my customers if they use their debit or credit card? This is to pass the fee that the credit card company charges to the customers. Is it allowed?
One more time, please.
Can I charge a credit card processing fee to my customers if they use their debit or credit card? This is to pass the fee that the credit card company charges to the customers.
Yes, you can.
Is this allowed?
Yes, you can. You go to any gas station, as Shaykh Jafar said, if you want to pay cash for the gas, that is $3.99. If you want to use a debit card, that is $4.05. If you want to use a credit card, that's $4.10, whatever. It has no haram involved because you are about to purchase a commodity. And the seller actually is giving you different options or different prices based on the method of payment. You see? So there is no pre-commitment that you are paying extra. No. You are initiating a sale agreement by choosing a certain method of payment. Right? And actually, al-Muslimun ala shurutihim. And this is what I have for you. Cash, $3.99. Debit card, $4.05. Credit card, $4.10. You take it or leave it.
So can Muslims, given that credit card is as a haja, is a need, is a legitimate need, can Muslims in the West have more than one credit card?
Yes, they can. I would say as needed. As needed, I mean, yes, you can. But I've seen some people actually having, did you see that long wallet like this with 35, 40 different credit cards? I mean, that's way too much, right?
So how do I identify the need? Because if average Muslim, not maybe with big businesses, but if average Muslim is sufficient for him or her one credit card to build a credit history, blah, blah, blah. So what is the need for having 2, 3, 4, 5 credit cards?
والله يا حبيبنا بل الإنسان على نفسه بصيرة ولو ألقى معذر. يعني each one of us knows his own need. If I know that I want to reach to 850, for example, credit score because of my business, and I cannot reach that in 1 or 2 years by using one credit card, then I can have Sam's Club credit card, Walmart credit card, Capital One credit card, JCPenney credit card until I build my history. Once my credit scores are established, well, maybe I can just drop or compromise some of them and continue using the rest of them. By the way, if you stop using your credit cards completely, what will happen? Your credit scores will go down. So you need to keep up with the credit card up to a certain limit.
So people who have businesses and they have to have credit card and they use so much credit card and it is associated with fees. Any advice on this, or this is under the haja and need, or this is legitimate?
One more time, sorry.
So people who have businesses and a lot of purchases and payment is made through the office credit card, but is associated with fees. So is this part of the need, that legitimate need, right?
Well, it is halal to start with.
Okay.
And we do not have to find the need to justify it because it's halal. And I'm a merchant. I'm charging my customer $100 for the phone, but I know that I will be receiving $98 because the credit card company he uses will be charging me $2. I'm happy with that. Okay. If the three parties actually involved, the buyer, the seller, and the credit card company, are okay with it, then I do not see any restriction to start with. It's not riba. I'm getting like less than what I deserve, and I'm happy with it. That's fine. I can avoid it by asking for extra price for using the credit card. That would be another solution.
So this question is my Chase plan considered riba? He says, or she says, Chase Bank offers plan to break purchases or purchase payment into, I don't know what this is, monthly payment.
It is haram, akhi.
It is haram.
Yeah, Chase actually is paying the price of the commodity that you are purchasing in your behalf. They call it, subhanallah, أكثر واحد سألني عنها. إيش اسمها؟ My Chase plan.
Yes.
Credit card? No, my Chase
plan. I think this is the name of it. Who asked this question? If you can clarify.
It's not allowed because Chase is not purchasing the item on your behalf and sell it back to you with a markup. No, they pay the price on your behalf and they charge you extra. That extra actually is riba, for sure. But I want to include this in my presentation, to add it to my presentation.
So somebody is asking, what are the views or what are the point of view on flexible saving account, FSA account, opposed to HSA?
Well, saving account is a saving account. It is an interest-bearing loan. Now the return, the premium, the surplus is a fixed or variable one-time payment per day. APR doesn't make any difference.
Zakat on loan. I think this is has nothing to do with our topic because zakat is a different course. But I don't know if you'd like to answer this question. Do you?
يعني briefly, أخي, briefly. If you are the lender, you do not need to worry about paying zakat on the loan. Wait until you receive the money, and you pay zakah on it. Because one of the conditions for the zakatability of the money is al-mulku tam raqabatan wa yadan, full ownership and full access. The money technically is yours, legally is yours, but you do not have an access to it. Is it fair enough for you to pay 2.5% on $100,000 that you do not own now, that you gave to somebody else? No, you don't, right? So you wait until you receive the money, and then you wait for one complete year, and then you pay the account.
Inshallah, we proceed.
Installment plan or finance. Okay. Different price, for spot versus credit sale. Is it okay to offer as a seller to offer two different prices, like John Smith yesterday, $10,000 for the car cash versus $12,000, installment for 1 year? Okay. If it is an owner finance, does he have the right to ask for extra price? Yes. That's called the opportunity cost. تكلفة الفرصة البديلة. This is one of the scenarios where the Islamic finance system does allow extra money for the time. Not always, only in this case. Two conditions for the permissibility. Okay, we have a major concern, we have a minor one. The major concern actually is the involvement of a third party. Because here in the USA, when you want to finance in a very traditional way, you bring a third party or you refer to a third party to borrow money from. Now this is the major issue, right? Because that's something haramun lidatihi. While the minor concern actually is the late fees. Late fees is something haramun lighayri that you can avoid. That's the major concern. Most probably those financing companies are not happy with offering you loan for free. It is an interest-bearing loan. With some exceptions. Some financing companies, they give you a loan with a grace period. Okay, you have only 6 months, especially like in furniture nowadays. You can finance your furniture with a third party, okay, that's already contracted by the furniture owner, right? You can take the furniture, the canabayas or whatever you want, 6 months interest free. If and only if you default in paying in full, the remaining balance will become riba 1. They're gonna charge you riba, riba on it. So again, the major concern here is that the vast majority of the finance companies, credit card companies, traditional banks, mortgage companies, this is the way that they live. That's the industry. I mean, they lend money with interest. And actually involving a third party to finance for a car for an interest is definitely haram. Minor concern actually is the late fees. If you do not pay within the first 3 days of the month, you will be charged late fees. This is something avoidable, and that's why it is to be overlooked because of the hajj. Is this the right time for adhan?
No. We pray forfeit.
طيب. Late fees as needed only. As I said, I mean, this is haram li ghayri, and you cannot cross out, okay, or terminate or remove that late fees. It is a standard contract. You take it or you leave it. Keep it as is. Do not argue with the other party, but just make sure that you pay on time to avoid paying late fees. Dealership financing is a different issue. Do you have any car dealer here? Car dealer?
We had some, but they are not here.
طيب. Okay, who's sleeping here? تفضل أخي. Yes, you. طيب. Here is the issue. Sometimes you go to Toyota or to Honda car dealership, right? And they tell you, okay, we do not have zero finance for you. We have 3% APR. However, we have our own Honda finance department, okay? And you think that Honda finance department is a part of Honda, right? Even if they ask you for 2 or 3%, you are still dealing with the owner finance. Unfortunately, it's not the case. It is not. Honda finance is completely financially, administratively, legally independent from Honda car dealership. So if the offer, yes, that's a very bad news, right? If the offer actually is certain APR, 1, 2, 3, more or less, then actually you are borrowing money with interest. You can argue that, I've heard this argument, that in some states and some car dealerships, the finance company is 100% owned by the car dealership. If you can take the challenge of proving that, then yes, you can go with 2 or 3% APR and still halal, because that's actually an installment sale. But again, you need to take the challenge of proving that the finance department of Honda is owned 100% by Honda car dealership. Moving on.
How do you verify?
You need to call and ask. You need to call and ask. Dealership financing, okay, secondary market is irrelevant. The fact that the dealer or the finance department typically sells the contract to a bank or to a finance company or credit union called as a assignee, okay, that services the account and collects client's payment, has nothing to do with the status of this transaction. So outsourcing the job to a third party, like a collection agency, or to a third party to collect the money, actually has nothing to do with the secondary market, has nothing to do with the permissibility of the deal. What you are focusing on is the fact that whether or not that finance department is owned by the car dealership. If it is owned 100%, go for it. If not, then you are borrowing money with interest. Zero APR third-party finance is fine. This is actually a stipulated interest. You can take this car for 6 years. If you know your financial ability that, yes, I can afford paying $400 a month. I know my financial capacity. Go for it. Okay? If you default, you will be charged interest. Now, according to our terminology, is this haramun لذاته or haramun لغيره? Haramun لغيره, mashallah. So, mashallah, now we became fuqaha. I mean, we started catching up and understanding the way of making fatwa. That's excellent, alhamdulillah. Okay, buying out interest, this is another way. Sometimes they call it capitalizing the interest. We discussed with Shaykh Yasin yesterday. You have an offer of 3 APR, and you insist in buying that particular car. And they said, well, we do not have 0 APR. You negotiate a deal with them to capitalize the interest, or if you wish, to increase the price. So if the car is for $20,000, and the interest according to their math is $2,000. Instead of you negotiating the price, putting it down from 20 to 18,000, no, you negotiate a deal to make the price how much? 22,000, right? They look at it from a different perspective, and please excuse my language. They think that Muslims are very silly, and that's why they call it buying out interest. Buying out interest. When you go with zero finance, by increasing, by capitalizing the interest, okay, they will ask you for a big chunk of money to be paid as a down payment. They look at it as if you are paying the interest in advance. You look at it from a different perspective. We changed the whole deal. It's a 0 APR now. The price is 22. It's not 20,000 anymore. I'm okay with paying $5,000 cash up front in order for me to satisfy my religiosity and making sure that I'm not, doing anything haram. I don't like this option. I don't like it. Because, the trick and the way that you circumvent the rules is very obvious. Well, first of all, do you have to buy like a 0 miles car? Do you have to? Cannot you live with maybe a used car? Cannot you make an owner finance with the Muslim car dealership who can just do bay' bit-taqsid for you? Like, if you have to go with this option, then I cannot say no. But honestly, I do not feel comfortable saying that this is 100% halal option. Meanwhile, I do not dare saying it is haram. It's a very vague area, because again, the way that you circumvent the rules by adding the interest on top of the price and changing, it makes no sense. Usually people negotiate a deal to reduce the price, and you are negotiating a deal to, seriously? Yeah. So again, it's not haram, clearly, and it's not, that's check for me? Yes. MashaAllah. طيب, jazakallah. You make my day. So it's not a clear haram one, and it's not a clear halal one. I would say stay away from it. Stay away from it. من اتقى الشبهات فقد استبرأ لدينه وعرضه ونوقع في الشبهات وقع في الحرام. Floor plan, again, this is for the car dealers. Floor plan actually is a kind of line of credit. So the auction or the finance company gives you as a car dealer, they give you what is called the floor plan. It is a line of credit. You have up to $100,000 line of credit. Okay? In some cases, interest free for 3 months. However, you have to pay me service fees per transaction. So this ABC car is for $5,000. I'm gonna charge you $500 for processing fees. And this XYZ car is for $25,000. I'm gonna charge you such and such amount. Can you go with this option if the loan is an interest-free loan? Yes, you can. However, you have to make sure that you can pay off the principal, okay, within the allocated time. Because this is actually something haramun li ghayri, mashallah, right? So if you need it and you can afford it, go for it. If you have some doubt, maybe yes, maybe no, well, stay away from it. Even if you are charged service fees per transaction, that would be fine. This is an overhead expenses, has to be taken care by you. But make sure that the loan itself actually is an interest-free loan. Well, in most cases, here is the bad news. In most cases, the floor plan is an interest-bearing loan anyway, right? So you have to pay interest even if you pay on time. If that is proven, then you cannot go with the floor plan. Avoiding late fees, again, if there is any way, well, some people might like think out of the box. Okay, why do not you make it? Okay, why do not you make it instead of $100,000, right? Like for 3 months? Why do not you make it 6 months grace period? You can negotiate a deal, okay, in order for you to have more time. More time means more possibility of getting rid of the car, selling them the car, liquidating the money, paying. I mean, you can negotiate a deal. Lease to own agreement actually is not.
Some questions related to this before. Can Sheikh, the issue of dealership or getting cars from dealership with interest or without interest, but financing a car is a very common question. Now, given these rulings, is there any like a summary of advice how Muslims should deal with this issue? Now, you know, Muslims have a variety of needs. Some of them, they are in dire need probably to get a new car, but so many Muslims can handle, as you said, a used car or something like this. Can you give kalima tawjihiyya, Sheikh, in this regard? What should be the practice of Muslims?
Wallahi, yani I would repeat the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, خَيْرُ دِينِكُمُ الْوَرَعُ. The best practice you can do when it comes to your religiosity is al-wara', which is the avoidance. Any like area of concern, any gray area. If you can stay away from it, just have a peace of mind, be in the safe side. مَنِ اتَّقَى الشُّبُهَاتِ فَقَدْ اسْتَبْرَأَ لِدِينِهِ وَعِرْضِهِ. If you are in desperate need, you travel a lot, for example, you need like a well-established, like very strong and very advanced car, and you feel that you are desperate for 0 miles car, and it is not offered 0 APR, and you have to capitalize the interest or buy out the interest, well, go for it. I cannot dare saying it is haram, it is not. But is it within my comfort zone? La wallahi, it is not. It is not. I still remember, and by the way, it is doable. It is doable. I mean, you can negotiate. I still remember, I think 10, 12 years ago, I was with the opinion that it is okay to do it. So there was a certain APR, and I negotiated with the salesperson, can I capitalize the interest? He said, well, that's something new for me. Do you want to say that you want to pay us extra price? I said, yes. He said, okay, hold a second, I want to talk to my manager. So he left for maybe half an hour and he brought his manager. It's not a joke, it's a real story. And the manager came and I explained the same boring concept again. He said, well, you know what? I'm going to call the district manager. That's something new for us. Okay? And then the third one talked to the CEO, and it was a hassle. But anyway, the bottom line is that at the end of the day, those people are business people. They want to serve you, they want to get some money, they want to make a profit. Whatever makes you happy, they will do it for you, as long as they can handle it. My advice, stay away from this option. But if you have to, well, I cannot say no. It's a gray area for me. It's not a pure halal, it's not a pure white or black, it is a very gray area.
So when it comes to verifying whether the financing, let's say Honda Killer or Honda, the financing is different or independent from the dealership, sometimes you call and people don't have the answer, like the salesperson or the managers. People tried and they don't have the answer. Like you get very confusing, contradicting answers because employees really sometimes don't know the structure of or the big questions like this.
I think you need to talk to the right person. I mean, employees, as you said, do not know. You talk to the manager, you talk to the CEO, you talk to someone who's really in charge, who can give you like a very clear answer that yes, we own 100% the finance company, or no, we do not own it, or we own maybe a certain percentage of the company, which might be the case. You need to verify to make sure before you proceed.
Now this is the rulings on a person dealing with the dealership, getting a cars or financing cars. How about Muslims working in this dealership, like being a manager, or sales manager, or finance manager, or salesperson, but conducting all these types of transactions, conducting all these types of wrong and right practices? Is it halal job or is it?
Yes, it is a halal job because at the end of the day you work for a car dealership. You are not selling liquor or pork products. You are just selling cars. Sometimes the finance way or the way that you receive your money might be a doubtful issue, might be a haram issue, right? Sometimes you feel yourself like enforced to pick up the phone and to connect your customer with the bank or the finance company to facilitate having an interest-bearing loan. That might happen. But this actually does not ruin the whole job and make it a haram one. You are not working for a liquor store. You're working for a car dealership. So your business is halal by default, and it might be contaminated with some haram transactions directly or indirectly by facilitating borrowing money with interest to your customers. But still, actually, it is a halal. Once you find more halal alternative, I would say just be in the safe side, quit that job and go somewhere else. But for the time being, do not quit your job. I mean, this is your rizq, this is your earning and source of income. Stick to it until you find something that's better.
Okay. What is this? Oh, so he's giving us corporate information, like this about Honda. So this is about information from their website. This is their website.
I'll hold you responsible for that.
So you see, this confusing. This is what sometimes people get.
Again, Akhi, if you are positive that this information are authentic, and Honda Finance Department is 100% owned by Honda car dealership, you are safe. Even if the offer is a 3 or 4% APR, go for it. But that's the challenge. Are you positive that this information are authentic, sound, correct enough or not? That's the issue. If it is proven that the finance department of Honda is owned by Honda nationwide, Akhi Kareem, or only in the state of, are you talking about a certain car dealership or nationwide? That's a very good news.
So apparently there are two sisters company owned by mother.
If that is proven, go for it, even if it is a certain APR.
Yeah.
Allah.
We need somebody to verify this, so we all go to Honda Killer tomorrow. I need a minivan.
That's a zero APR, which is fine as needed. What I care about is that this is a zero APR, thus it is halal as needed. I mean, this is what we...
So he's asking why, if it is owned by Honda, why 3% interest is halal?
Because that's an installment sale. This car is for $20,000 cash, for $22,000 for 3 years. Owner finance. Owner finance.
So the principle that Shaykh explained is if there is no third party involved, it's only two parties. You come to get a product from somebody, cash X amount of money, 20,000, with installment like 25,000. As long as there is no third party involved, it is halal, even if there is interest. The moment the third party comes into play, then means there is a loan involved, which means there is riba, and it is haram. Is this the summary, Shaykh?
Yes, sir.
You approve it?
He's putting words in my mouth. Well, I'll give you like a very relevant example.
Some of the questions? It's coming. It's coming. Finance is coming.
Stay around, dear brother. It's coming soon. Very relevant example. When you contract a construction company to manufacture or to build your own house, they ask you to sign two different agreements, sale agreement and a loan agreement. Not every, most of those construction companies in the USA have their own affiliate mortgage company. Now, that mortgage company in some states are allowed to be owned 100% by the construction company. If that is proven and the affiliate mortgage company is asking you for 4% APR interest-bearing loan, go for it, because this is an owner finance. In some states, like in the state of Texas, if I recall, the authority there, the state of Texas, does not allow construction companies to own more than 70% of the mortgage company. Why? Because of the conflict of interest. They're going to do the appraisal and they're going to do the finance. That's a clear conflict of interest. If you are positive that the affiliate mortgage company is owned 100% by the construction company, and the construction company is asking you to sign the sale agreement, which is عقد الاستثناء, the manufacturer sale, as well as interest-bearing loan, go for it. If the ownership is not proven to be 100%, then let's say 70%, then you are borrowing 30% of the price from a third party. Likewise, when it comes to home mortgaging, you will come across this example. If the property is foreclosed, foreclosed by Chase. So the previous customer just walked away, and Chase took over the foreclosed property, and they offer you to buy that house from Chase itself, and they ask you to sign interest-bearing loan 3%, and you are positive that Chase is the owner, Chase is the financier. Go for it. Do you know why? Because that's an installment. This is an owner finance. An owner finance. So you see here, the pattern, the consistency. As long as the finance department is owned by the owner, then there is no interest here. Although it is called otherwise, as we already explained yesterday. العبرة في العقود المقاصد والمعاني لا الألفاظ والمباني. What matters in the transaction is the essence and the reality. If it is check, give it to me. It's a question of... I like checks.
This probably check for me.
Oh, for you?
To get minivan. So I will get your question. Go ahead. You said you have question about credit card? You have about the finance is coming. You said you have question about credit. What is your question? Go ahead.
The question is that you say that the credit card use is permissible in the United States, but not in Saudi Arabia. How I think haram is haram, regardless of way. So can we say that stealing is permissible in the United States, but it is haram in Saudi Arabia?
No, because Akhi al-Karim, the haram is not in the same level. Sometimes the haram is prohibited for itself by itself, haram lidati. And sometimes actually the haram is forbidden for its potential consequences. That's called haram li ghayrihi. Now, based on this classification, fuqaha says, al-haram lidatihi la tubihu illa ad-darura. If something is proven to be prohibited for itself by itself, it cannot be permitted unless there is a necessity. Al-haram li ghayrihi, prohibited for other reasons or for potential consequences, tubihu al-haja, would be permitted in case of having public and general need. Now the question here, how to identify the need? Well, here is the answer. You need to have a credit card if you live in the USA. Finance and the payment and the monetary system is completely different. If you live in Saudi Arabia, until today, to my knowledge, people still keep a lot of cash money in their pocket, and they trade, they buy and sell using cash money. So the need actually there is not as obvious as it is here. From one side. From the other side, this is not something haram. You are not committing an explicit, clearly sin. This is haram li ghayrihi, right? And we said several times that even if you decide to use a credit card, you have to make sure that you do not pay interest. Clear?
So somebody is asking, sorry to go back to saving account again. Is opening a 529 college saving account allowed? 529 college savings account.
Yeah, 529, actually this is for the education of your kids. Usually you do have an authority on how to custom design or how to choose your portfolio. So go for it and just make sure that you make the right right choice. I mean, it will be covered, inshallah.
will be
We
covered.
have 529. We have Agma, UGMA, United Gift, whatever. Yeah, thank you. UGMA, Agma, okay. Unified, you said? Thank you. Yeah, that is an Agma account, like for your minors. I do have an Agma account for my son Nuruddin. He's now 11 years old. I pay, I think, $100 on his behalf every month. I'm the custodian of the account until he turns 18 years old, or I think 24. He becomes independent and he can make a decision how to use the money. All right. So when it comes to those like independent, not employer-based investment, independent retirement accounts or investment account, you do have a lot of authority on how to custom design or how to set your own portfolio. You make the right decision, you educate yourself on how to choose within different options that you have in the stock market, and you just move on. Inshallah, we're going to cover it in more details.
Can we take 10 minutes break and then we resume, inshallah ta'ala? Let's take 10 minutes break, and inshallah ta'ala, let's make this break short, inshallah ta'ala. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brothers and sisters in the lobby, please join us. We are inshallah ta'ala resuming the class, inshallah ta'ala. I hear so many discussions, mashallah. There is a lot of discussions about interest, about business. Alhamdulillah, Shaykh initiated and opened our eyes. What? Yes. Inshallah ta'ala, make sure that we are, from now on, inshallah, we are more careful, we are more conscious on our business transactions, inshallah ta'ala, and we do our best to purify what we do, inshallah ta'ala, financially. We have half an hour until Salat al-Asr, 4:30 we pray Salat al-Asr, and then we continue another half an hour after Salat al-Asr. So we have another 1 hour together. In between we have Salat al-Asr at 4:30, inshallah ta'ala. Tfaddal, Shaykh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Lease to own agreement. We said several times that loan agreement and sale agreement are the only usurious contracts, or the only contracts who are subject to riba. So by default, anything that is not a loan and that is not a sale is by default not subject to riba. Lease to own agreement is a halal option by default. A financier, bank or credit company purchases a car from the car dealership on behalf of the customer, then leases the vehicle to the customer, who is in return makes monthly payments. Okay. At the end of the term of the lease, the car dealership gives the customer the option to, number one, purchase the vehicle in return for a final installment, the residual value, trade in the vehicle, refinance the residual, and continue to lease. Now, is it a sale or a lease? Okay, it is like lease to own. Lease to own, you start with the lease and you have the option of buying the car. Do you have to buy the car? You don't have to. Now, an issue here was raised, I think, yesterday by Shaykh Yasin, which is the residual value. How come that the two parties identify the price of the car ahead of time, 3 or 4 years before the sale date? Well, that's a problematic, because the car might be in a good shape, might be in a bad shape. The residual value might be the same, might be more or might be less. However, this actually condition is not binding. I mean, you can proceed with the lease to own without owning the car. As we said here, you can purchase the vehicle, right? If you'd like to, well, you can skip this option. Trade in the vehicle, you just return it back and you get something new. Some people actually prefer to go with the lease to own, especially like people who have money, right? They do not want to worry about the maintenance and the oil change and the tire rotation, so everything is offered for free. For example, if you go with the lease to own, the monthly payment that you pay as a lease actually is high, and we're having a limited mileage. However, again, it might be an option for some like well-off people. On a personal level, I do not recommend it from a practical, not financial, not haram and halal, from a practical profitability perspective. It is a costly option. Go ahead and buy the car and do not lease the car. But again, it's not haram or halal, just like a personal preference. So 3 options: sale or lease. Well, it is a lease agreement. You don't have to go with the sale. Lease, not a sale contract. Ruling of lease to own is a permissible option by default. A confusing issue here. You know in advance that when you lease to own, there is a finance party from behind the scene buys that car from the car dealership, right? Buys the car from the car dealership, and they lease that car to you. Okay, they lease that car to you. Are you responsible for whatever has been done behind the scene between the car dealership and the finance company? You are not. You are responsible for whatever you have in front of you. Is this a sale agreement or a lease agreement? It's a lease agreement. Who is the lessee and who is the lessor? You are the lessee and the car dealership is the lessor. Done deal. Whatever is done behind the scene, who buys, who sells, who pays interest, we do not care about all these details. You're good to go. You can go with the lease option. In fact, haram and halal wise, this is a safer, way safer than going with capitalizing the interest, which are of buying out the interest. This one actually is way more safer. Early withdrawal from your retirement account. If you decide to withdraw, different reasons for withdrawal. Why people prefer to withdraw from their retirement account? Your 401k, for example, okay? You have 2 options. You can withdraw and you can borrow, right? You can borrow from your 401k. Now, different reasons for withdrawal. The account holder may qualify for an exception if it is a disability or hardship or humanitarian withdrawal. If the original account holder dies, the beneficiaries may seek distribution of an inherited 401k. Whatever the reason might be, you have 2 options. You can do a direct withdrawal, like تسحب فلوس يعني, or otherwise you borrow from your investment account. We do not have an issue with the direct withdrawal. Some people actually get confused because when you borrow from your 401k, it is an interest-bearing loan. It is an interest-bearing loan. So they think that this is a real, actual loan. Is it a loan to start with? It is not. Whatever you have in 401k, whether your own contribution or the match of your employer, who is the owner of that money or the stocks in the account, that's you, right? So are you borrowing from yourself? It's a kind of a joke. I mean, you just take money from the right pocket and you put it in the left pocket, and you take interest from the left pocket and you put it in the right pocket, right? It is just like a technique that people use, for tax reduction or for legal tax evasion purposes. It is a tax advantage amount. If you withdraw, then you have to pay tax. If you borrow, you don't have to pay tax. And the interest and the so-called interest that you pay is way less than the tax, right? That's why people prefer actually to borrow from their 401k. What we care about in the Islamic finance system is the nature and the essence of the agreement. What matters in transaction is the essence and the reality, not the wording or the formality. العبرة في العقود للمقاصد والمعاني لا الألفاظ والمباني. It is introduced to you as a loan agreement, but in reality actually it is not a loan agreement, so you're good to go. Direct withdrawal, borrowing from the account, ruling of borrowing, you can. Okay, investment options for 401k. Investment option 401k. As an introduction, before I go into details, when you invest in the stock market, by the way, every one of us here, directly or indirectly, does have a kind of involvement in the stock market, believe it or not. The vast majority of us. Now, when it comes to investing in the stock market, you either have an individual retirement account or individual investment account, if you wish, that has nothing to do with your employment status, nothing to do with your profession. This is your own decision that you make, versus a different kind of investment through your employer, right? Now, most probably, whenever it is an IRA, individual retirement account, brokerage account, simple investment account, AGMA account, 529 for the education of your kids, whatever the platform might be, whatever the choice might be, mutual fund, here you go. Usually you have a lot of authority and power on how to custom design, how to put together your own portfolio, right? Make sure that you keep your investment as Sharia compliant as possible. If you are looking for 100% Sharia compliant investment in the stock market, you are wasting your time. There is no financial instrument nowadays walking on the surface of the earth that is 100% Sharia compliant or 100% halal. Every single financial instrument is contaminated with a certain amount of haram, and I will explain why. Now, when it comes to employer-based retirement accounts, okay, 401k if you work for corporate America, 403b if you work for non-for-profit organizations or you work for educational organizations. What else? A pension plan if you work for the government, the state or the federal or the county, right? You get something called pension plan. We have several options, but generally speaking, you do not have as much power and authority to custom design or to pick and choose, okay, or to put together your own portfolio when it comes to employer retirement account. Are we on the same page here? The standard here is, in general, فَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُمْ. Be conscious to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as much as you can. The standard here is that looking for the financial stability and sustainability of yourself and your family members during your lifetime and after your death is a part of your religious responsibility. Okay? We are not asking too much if you want to be financially stable. We are not. Okay? Looking for like a good house and good retirement account, good source of income for your kids whenever you pass away is a part of your deen. It is a kind of devotion. Prophet ﷺ said, اليد العليا خير من اليد السفلى. اليد العليا, the upper hand is better than the lower hand. The upper hand actually represents the one who is financially stable, so much so that he has extra to pay to others. And اليد السفلى represents the one who is financially unstable, who is waiting for the sadaqah and the donation from other people. Prophet ﷺ is making it clear. Be the one of the upper hand. When the Sa'd radiallahu anhu wanted to bequeath 2/3 of his wealth because he was about to die and leave only $1 behind. So he wanted to get the permission, the approval of the Prophet ﷺ to bequeath 2/3 of his wealth, like to donate to other than inheritors. That's called bequest, and the verb is bequeath, right? Which is al-wasiyya, حق مضاف لما بعد الموت. Prophet ﷺ said, no, 2/3 is too much. You cannot do that. He said, how about 1/2? Can I donate 50% of my estate after my death to non-inheritors other than my wife and my daughter? He said, no, 1/2 is too much. How about 1/3? قال الثلث والثلث كثير. 1/3, and even 1/3 is too much. Even 1/3 is too much. And then listen to the philosophy and to the vision of the Prophet ﷺ. Actually, it is a wahy from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. قال إنك إن تذر ورثتك أغنياء خير من أن تذرهم عالة يتكففون الناس. Leaving your legal heirs, your family members, financially stable is way better than leaving them needy, begging people. You see? So take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Pay a lot of attention to the rules of retirement account. Okay? I came across several brothers and sisters, mashallah, very practicing Muslims all over the country. They do not have retirement account. Period. Akhi, why do not you have retirement account? Or there is no way to be 100% sure, 100%, not 99, no, 100% sure that my investment is 100% halal. Seriously? 100% sure that your investment is 100% halal? Where did you get it from? Are you required by the law of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be 100% sure that your investment is 100% halal? You are making it too hard for yourself. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself said, فَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُمْ. Be conscious to Allah as much as you can. Prophet ﷺ said, ما نهيتكم عنه فاجتنبوه. Whatever I prohibit you from doing it, stay away from it, period. That's الحرام البين, obvious, explicit حرام. وما أمرتكم به فأتوا منه ما استطعتم. Well, whatever I command you to do it as much as you can. You see? So you need to be realistic. You need to be pragmatic. You need to be practical individual. You are not actually living in the first century in the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ. You are living in the USA in 2022. You are living in a very capitalist economic and finance system. You are living in a system that is very much corrupted and contaminated with riba, right? يأتي حديث النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يأتي على الناس زمان من لم يأكل الربا أصابه من غباره. A time will come in which whosoever does not consume riba or explicitly gets involved in riba will be contaminated with riba. He's referring to our time now. So having said that, do not ever compromise, ever, never compromise your 401k or your pension plan. Even if you are 100% positive, listen to this, even if you are 100% positive that your investment is 100% haram, do not compromise it. And I'll tell you why. Number one, فَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُمْ. Number two, within our fiqh council, within our Amja Resident Fatwa Committee, which I'm a member at, one of our members who left back to Saudi Arabia, I think, a while ago. With all due respect to Allah, I disagree with his opinion, right? But he has a lot of fiqh behind it. He said, listen, when it comes to your retirement account, the retirement account actually is a part of the compensation or the package that you receive from your employer, right? You have master's degree in IT, you designate 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, you work for XYZ company, you receive bi-weekly check or monthly salary, you receive healthcare insurance, you receive life insurance, you receive 2 weeks paid vacation, you receive this, you receive that. A part of the package is the retirement account. So you are entitled to this retirement account because of you being employed by that company. You deserve it anyway. They do not offer this retirement account to someone walking the street. It's only for you because you work for them. And based on that, they are fully liable and responsible for the way that they invest the fund, and you just enjoy the fund. You just enjoy whatever, even if it is like invested in CD, like a certified deposit, straightforward saving account. It's haram for them to make a decision, but the money is halal for you. Because again, you deserve it as a part of your compensation. Maybe that's a very liberal, very loose-ended opinion. I disagree with it, with all due respect to the Shaykh, Rizallah Khair. But I see a lot of fiqh behind it. Why I'm disagreeing with him, along with the by the way, this is not our official position as MJ. Okay? Our official position is the following. You do your best as much as you can, either by readiness or by avoidance, as I already explained. Okay? And you make sure that your investment in the stock market is as Sharia compliant as possible. As long as you do have the ability and the authority to influence the decision, you cannot just stay silent and ignore the issue. No, you have to get involved and make sure that you make a decision on how your investment should be done, as much as you can. Let's say that you ended up with a situation in your 529 or whatever, or like your 401k, that the best I can do is to have 90% halal, 10% haram. Well, just keep it as is. Every single year in the month of Ramadan, where you set your calendar to pay zakat al-mal, you find out how much is 10% of the net profit, of the dividend, of the growth of that account. Dispose 10% of the profit, not of the market value. Be careful. Profit of that account. And the remaining actually is still halal. You pay zakat on the remaining and you're good to go. But do not compromise, do not waive your 401k. That's a part of your financial stability, and you will be held responsible in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala if you do not take your full responsibility from now, making the right decision to make sure that your kids and your wife, inshallah, will be in good hands whenever you pass away, or upon your retirement, or Allah forbids, in case of disability. There is no way for you to be excused from having a retirement account. You live in a society here in which almost literally, you are by your own. Why should you wait, akhi? Why should you wait? Why should you allow your wife and kids, excuse me all, to stop by the door of the masjid waiting for a sadaqah and donation from the community, or waiting for a fundraising to be done for your family members because you passed away? Do you want to put your wife and your kids in this position? Are you so happy like when you see your wife, or you hear that your wife and your kids are just begging people outside the masjid? Why you put them in that position? Okay? Be rational, be realistic, be pragmatic, right? Keep your 401k, purify it as much as you can, keep it as halal as possible, get rid of the haram portion of it, keep the rest for yourself. Bottom line. Investment options in 401k. Not an option, what's called a stable value fund. In general, as you see here, you have 5 different options. One of them is not an option, which is to open a CD, sometimes they call it, or stable value fund. It's a kind of straightforward saving account. If you do have the ability of saying no, then you have to say no. Because here the principal and the return both are guaranteed. There's something called balanced fund, 50% stocks, 50% bonds and derivatives. That's not an option because the percentage of haram actually is too much. Limit yourself to halal investment, which is stocks, only stocks, only stocks. Option is not an option. Futures are not an option. Derivatives are not. What else? Derivatives, futures, options, CDS, CDO, bonds, for example, stay away from it. Bond actually is an interest-bearing loan. When you have $5,000 worth of bond, or T-bill, sometimes they call it, it means that you are lending the federal government, Uncle Sam, $5,000. And you receive it 5,000 plus. That plus actually is none but interest. So stay away from it. Whether you limit yourself to the local stocks in the United States, or you go international, or you limit yourself to what is called the employer stock fund. Like some companies nowadays, they offer you an exclusive retirement account from the stocks of that particular company. If you work for Shell, and the market value or the surface value, book value of the Shell stock is $100, they offer it to you because you work for them for only $50. Why don't you take advantage of that, right? So limit yourself to stocks only. Requirements for halal stocks. Certain criteria have to be matched. Number 1, no guaranteed profit. No guaranteed profit. We already explained it. No unlawful dealing. No haram investment. No haram assets. No high debt asset ratio. I'll explain more. Preferred stock actually in most cases are not allowed. Preferred stocks means that you give you priority to get the profit before they distribute the profit to the rest of the stockholders, because you are a preferred stockholder. This is actually in most cases not an acceptable issue unless it is proven that your money is taking more risk in that business than other people. Then because of the risk that you are taking, you are entitled to get your profit more than others. But generally speaking, it's not a good option. So no guaranteed profit because of the qaida that we discussed, that whenever the principal amount and the profit are guaranteed in any business, that's an interest-bearing loan, even if it is called otherwise. No unlawful dealing. I mean, it goes without saying that if the stock belongs to adult entertainment industry, gambling, tobacco, winery, casino, night, all this stuff, that's haram. Even if it is a stock, by the way, but that stock actually belongs to a company where its core business is a haram one. No haram investment. Yarhamkumullah. Companies usually invest, they have a side business. Now, according to IOFI, which is one of the organizations that standardize the Islamic investment, they said that if the haram income is exceeding 30%, then you should avoid that stock. You should avoid that stock. Where did they get the 30% from? Just ijtihad. In Amjan, our Fiqh Council, we said no. It's not 30%. You go with the minimum haram available. If you have 2 options, stock with 25% haram, regardless of the reason of the haram, and the other stock has 30% haram, and the 25% one is still reasonable, still profitable enough, you cannot go with the 30,000. You cannot. You have to go with the less haram. فَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُمْ. And if you have a 25% and 10%, and the 10% actually is still profitable enough, can you go with the 2,500? No, you cannot. You have to limit yourself to the, to the less haram available one. So no haram investment, no haram assets. Haram assets means that certain retail stores might have different haram departments. How about Walmart? How do you define Walmart? Isn't it a retail store? You can buy like everything except maybe humans. I mean, they do not sell humans so far, but they do something, right? So, but there is a liquor department, okay? And in the meat department, you will see some pork product. Do you want to tell me that having some like liquor items would ruin the whole business of Walmart and making it haram? That's way too much. Way too much. We need to find out how much they make from the haram assets that they have, right? We have a standard actually in the real business in the US. By the way, I'm a Sharia consultant of a company called Atina.co. Maybe you want to Google it. Atina, AATINAA.co. This is an investment company in the stock market. They are very conservative. Okay, they do not go with the IOFI. They go even beyond the IOFI standards. They said that if the debt asset ratio is more than 25%, we just exclude that stock. That asset ratio means that they have to make sure that the stock that you are trading in does not represent more than 25% cash money versus 75% actual assets. Because if the percentage of the cash is significant, it means that you are trading cash for cash, and that's haram. We said that several times, right? So the debt asset ratio, or the debt market cap, I think they called ratio, it has to be 25% or less. Now, interest-bearing investment, it has to be less than 30%, which means that companies, again, they prefer to take that cash and put it in saving accounts. Okay? If the cash deposit in saving accounts is 30% of the value of the stock, then this stock actually has to be excluded, even if it is Walmart, even if it is Microsoft, right? Now, number 3, the generated interest, actual real interest, cannot exceed more than 5%. Like 95% coming from commodities and merchandise, 5% coming from interest. If that is proven, then you have to exclude that stock. When I meet with Atina, we meet I think four times a week. No, I'm sorry, 4 times a year, every 3 months. They show me like a database of more than 12,000 different financial instruments available in the stock market. And they have their own algorithm, their own formula to scrutinize and to filterize those financial instruments. From 12,000 financial instruments, we end up having 800, 1,000, sometimes maybe 1,200 halal approved stocks to trade in. How about the rest of them? Excluded. You see? So in the real life, actually, if you want to do halal business, it might be a good idea to consider those Sharia compliant investment or mutual fund companies. There is another company that is less restricted one called Zaki Financial, Z-A-K-I, ZakiFinancial.com. And again, I'm the Sharia consultant of this company. They just go with the book. They go with the IOFI standards. If the debt asset ratio is less than 30%, interest-bearing investment less than 30%, actual generated interest is less than 5%, they go for it. What's good about Zaki Financial is that they can take over your retirement account. How about that? They can take over, I mean, you can roll over your retirement account from Fidelity, from Vanguard, and just go with Zaki Financial. Atina.co provides different service. They do not take control of your account. They provide you a consultation service. You contract them, I think, for $20, $30 a month, whatever, okay? And they will start sending you either emails or text messages. We have sold such and such stock. We have bought such and such stock. Just FYI. If you agree with them, you just go to TD Ameritrade, you buy whatever they have bought, you sell whatever they have sold. If you decide to follow their direction, their recommendations, you'll be making some profit, right? While Zaki Financial, no, just a traditional mutual fund, Islamic investment company. You can roll over your account if you are not happy or you're not positive that you can control or manage your retirement account with fidelity. Just roll over to Zaki Financial. You have maybe 10, 15 different options in the USA. Not all of them, but by the way, in the same level of Sharia compliance. We have a ZAD fund, AZZAD. I'm not on on their board, on their Sharia advisory board, but I trust them. I know them very well. We have Iman Fund, IMAN, which is the financial wing of NATE, I think. They say that they do have their own Sharia advisory and supervisory board. I'm not sure how serious that board is or how much they are involved. There is Amana Fund. I do not recommend Amana. Amana Fund, AMAN. They do not have a Sharia advisory board. They do not even know, how to invest in a halal way. According to one of my colleagues at Guidance College who used to work for them, he said that those people actually have no idea what does Islamic investment mean in the stock market. So again, you have a lot of options, but the challenge here is how to make the proper choice. Which one of those companies? If you know that company does have a Sharia advisory and supervisory board, and you trust that person or that group of scholars, go with that option. They will take care of your business from A to Z. They can make the right choice for you. They can even filterize the haram by disposing the haram money on your behalf. If you authorize them to pay zakat on your behalf, they can do that. You see? So this is actually a peace of mind for those who want to move on confidently without committing anything haram. No haram assets, no high debt asset ratio, already explained. How to determine? You can go with a socially responsible, sometimes they call them ethically responsible or green, ethically responsible, Azad fund, Iman fund, Amana fund, and so on and so forth. Maybe you can add to them Zaki Financial, ZAKI Financial. If you go there, you will see the team, and I'm the Sharia consultant of this company. Yeah, this is just an example, but it doesn't mean that I recommend it. I mean, just to be transparent with my community, Aman actually is there, but I do not recommend it on a personal level. Yeah. This does not exist. We do not offer it anymore. Fixed portfolio. Who's sleepy here? Who's sleepy here? Who's sleepy here? طيب. Young man. تفضل. That is the official position of Amjad, unlike the opinion of the Shaykh that I already typed. Another option. Another opinion, actually, it's not an option. My sister here. No, the other one. Would you please? And that's the opinion of the Shaykh who already left back to Saudi Arabia. But their argument, as I said, stay on the safe side. And that's actually a good place to stop here, which is the late registration fees.
Inshallah, we pray Salat al-Asr, we resume right after Salat al-Asr.
And I did pray actually Dhuhr and Asr together, so you can pray inshallah.
The car, can you please call the adhan? Inshallah ta'ala, we pray Salat al-Asr and we come back right after Salat, inshallah ta'ala. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء وإمام المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Home mortgage questions is coming, so please be patient. So somebody is asking Shaykh about, is dividend income halal? What is this? Dividend
income is halal. Yeah. It depends on the source of the income and what kind of investment is it. Dividend actually means profit. Usually they use it in the stock market issue, dividend.
So somebody is asking what percentage of local, international, and employer stock would you recommend for 401k?
Say it again.
What percentage would you recommend for when it comes to 401k? What percentage would you recommend for local, international, and employer stock?
Usually, like with no recession before the pandemic, usually they make between, I would say, 8 to 10% annual growth, which is good enough. Sometimes they jump to 12%. So you need to do some due diligence and check, the profitability and the options that you have to make sure that you open an account or you roll over your account with the right entity who can make your business profitable in a halal way.
So the insurance questions, inshallah, will come later on. Somebody is asking, Shaykh said money market is okay, but it is considered highly as a saving account or high saving account.
Yeah, it is the only way for you to proceed with any stock market business. You have to have a kind of account for settlement purposes. Unfortunately, the current system does not allow you to have a checking account. It does not serve the purpose of settlement. So it has to be money market account. Money market account. It is a kind of checking and saving at the same time. Checking where you can store the money, saving because you can store the money, checking because you have limited ability of withdrawing every now and then. So it is a checking and saving at the same time. It is an interest-bearing.
So it is because of the need.
Because of the need, yes. I mean, you cannot proceed with any business in the stock market without having money market account. So it should be permitted.
And you said it should be used only for this purpose.
For settlement purposes. And if you generate any interest, purposely or unpurposely, you have to dispose that money.
Okay. So she said, or he said, what do you think of CD account? My CD account is 3 years old, non-interest bearing account.
No interest bearing? I don't think so. Your CD is no interest bearing? Can you explain, please? So how can they make profit? I mean, what kind of benefit I mean they gain out of opening this account for the CD? And to my understanding, CD stands for certified deposit or certificated deposit, which is a kind of saving account. Saving account by default is a money or interest generating account. You need to do like further investigation. How come that CD is not generating interest? If you can send me, can you send me maybe a link? Maybe you can take my business card, send me a link to educate myself more about it. Yeah, it's here. Let me read more about it, inshallah. I will take it as a homework, as I always say.
Last question, Sheikh. How is buyout interest of car is different from the previous example of changing IZK? Who asked this question? So can clarify? Yes. Go ahead.
Two different deals. The car is for $10,000 cash, or if you want to make it in installments, it's gonna jump to $12,000. So you close on $12,000, okay, $1,000 each payment for 12 months, right? That has nothing to do. I mean, it has no interest because this is an owner finance. Unlike if you capitalize the interest or you buy out the interest, the original deal actually is is a finance with a certain APR. But in order for you to skip it or to avoid it, you capitalize the interest. You add up the interest on top of the principal. So two different issues. I mean, I do not see any similarity between the two, unless you can help me understand more. No, it depends. It depends on the way or the reason behind generating more money, right? And in this case, if it is capitalizing interest, they are not generating more money. They're just getting the interest according to their understanding in advance. That's why they call it commonly as buyout interest. You look at it as if this is an interest-free deal, but in order for you to proceed with it or to be approved for it, you have to pay a good amount of money as a down payment. So your interpretation of the deal is different than from others. If that makes sense.
So somebody is asking what Shaykh opinion on this app called Halal Investing Made Simple. WAHED.
Honestly, I do not know who is standing behind them and how much knowledge and experience they have, what kind of criteria, what kind of standards they adopt. I mean, subhanallah, كل يدعي وصلا بليلة وليلة لا تقر لهم بذلك. Everybody claims to be a strict Sharia compliant. I mean, everybody can claim whatever he wants, but the challenge is how to prove your claim. Who is standing behind them? Why they are Sharia compliant? What kind of standards they have? Who's in charge of them? Honestly, I have no clue.
So the advice that you give in terms of Sharia compliance investing companies is, Sheikh, to go to the board, advisory board, and see if you recognize scholars that you trust, and you take it from there, right?
I would say that is the measurable way of checking the Sharia compliance. If you know someone that you trust his knowledge and his commitment to his deen, that person is in charge of the Sharia supervision and overall performance of a certain company. He's heavily involved in the company. He does a Sharia audit. Well, I mean, that's enough for you to trust that entity and just to open an account with them.
Or by the recommendations of some scholars.
Or by the recommendation of some scholars. That's a good alternative.
This one, I cannot read these laws, but simply is asking if is investing in S&P 500? Is this S?
Well, this is a kind of index, like a combination or portfolio of several, maybe hundreds of, if not even thousands of different options or financial instruments. There is no way to pass a judgment or to issue a fatwa regarding a certain index. Because believe it or not, sometimes same stock in the first half of the year might be halal according to the standards that were discussed, that asset ratio, interest-bearing investment, interest-bearing generated. That stock might be halal in the first 6 months of the year, and then it becomes restricted in the second half of the year because those variables actually change. The policy of the company might change, you see? And that's why, by the way, I hold 4 different meetings with the people in charge of Atina because of the same reason. Every 3 months we need to check the status of every single stock that we have chosen or approved 3 months ago, because its status nowadays might be different from 3 or 6 months ago. Yeah. I mean, this is how in the real life, how complicated and sophisticated the process is. It's not that easy. Oh, Allah, this is a halal company, just invest. No, it goes way beyond than just the core business of the company.
The last question, Sheikh. Developing or maintaining a software application which is used in financial institute or any organization, that software has interest calculation. Is this halal to develop or maintain that application? I think somebody who's an IT background asking if he can develop software that calculate.
Jazakallah khair. Developing actually software basically is permissible, right? Exactly like if you manufacture cups. Now, if people actually use those cups for coffee, that's halal. If they use it for wine, that's haram. Now, if a certain software is developed in a way that it is limited, restricted to calculating interest, that would be even more restricted, because the only use for that particular software is to calculate interest. I would say stay away from it.
How about maintaining this software and application? So basically an IT work, but heavily involved in interest calculation, like somebody who is maintaining the software?
There's difference akhi, between IT specialist working for a bank. So he works for the bank. He develops all what the bank, which is an interest-bearing institute, wants. That business or that job is not allowed for him. Accountant, for example, works exclusively for a bank. It's not a good option because the core business of your employer actually is not a halal one. Versus an IT freelancer, offers service to everybody, develops like different software for different people for different purposes. I would say that's halal. Law firm, accounting firm, okay, provides accounting service to everybody. Once in a while, maybe a bank or mortgage company, or well, we can overlook that. Transportation service. Do you have to ask every single passenger where you go? If you are going to the masjid, I will take you. If you are going to the bar, I cannot take you. Practically speaking, it doesn't work. You cannot discriminate. You cannot. So if your service is a halal one, and you work for your own business, you're a freelancer, you have your own practice, you offer service to everybody, that is way better than working for a certain company. If you're an accountant or an attorney, okay, or a CPA or consultant, working exclusively for a haram that is haram, for a business that's haram by default, then your job actually is not halal. Because your core business with that company actually is not halal. This actually brings to our attention the status of working for conventional banks. We have two different schools: conservative school, lenient school. Lenient school actually is of Shaykh Salah al-Sawi and other like high caliber scholars. They said that if your main job in the bank is far away from lending money, calculating interest, processing interest, then you can work. Okay? I belong to the conservative, school in this regard, and I say that there is no way for the bank to function as an institute without having the engineering and the IT and the maintenance and the lending and the public relation, okay, and the security. All these different departments are working in a very integrated way, so much so that the bank cannot function without having the IT, right? So there is no way to say that I'm not involved in riba. Well, you are involved. Let me ask you this. Do you think that the Capital One or Chase CEO, does he or she do any interest-bearing transaction? CEO, does he do any? No. But actually he is كبيرهم الذي علمهم الربا. He supervises the overall performance of the bank. Do you want to tell me that the CEO job, okay, the Chase CEO job is a halal one because he is not involved in riba? I mean, common sense. I mean, this is absolutely incorrect. So stay away from working for institutions where their core business is a haram one. Do not work for a conventional bank. Do not work for a mortgage company. Do not, period. Just stay away from that, that industry. You can work as a financial advisor. You establish your own business. You work for a halal company. Do whatever you want, but do not work exclusively for a bank. You can have your own accounting firm. You can offer accounting service to a bank every now and then. In the same way that when you have a transportation service, you just pick up any passenger, right? You cannot, stop and just ask and investigate, interrogate where are you going, right? You cannot do that. So freelancer, every now and then you come across some haram businesses want to finance with you, want to get your service, that would be fine. But to work exclusively for a haram-based company where its core business, major business is a haram one, I don't think, this is halal. Allah.
How about if since we mentioned this, maybe you can cover it all, Sheikh, about working for haram. You said if its core business is haram, then you should not work for this company. If it is mixed, like Walmart, like minor things, maybe alcohol and pork, but there is so much else. Can you work for a company like this, particularly if you are a cashier and you might have to cash?
If this is the only option that you have, then go for it. Ittaqullah mastata'tum. Once you find something that is more halal, alternative halal option, quit the doubtful one and just go with the pure halal one. But for the time being, you do not have to quit your job, because that is your source of income. I mean, you are living, you have a family members, you can't just ignore all that and say, okay, the Shaykh said this is haram. No. Yes, it is haram, but actually it was your fault and your mistake that you accepted the job to start with. Now, after working for 5 years, you consult with me, am I doing something halal or haram? Well, it's too late, you're already there. You see? So from now on, be more cautious. Stay as is, especially if you need that job, and work actively in finding more halal option or a pure halal option.
Similarly, can you accept an order to deliver alcohol or pork?
It depends. You work as a dashboard, for example, right? And they offer like food delivery. Do you have to like open every single order and check whether there is like a pork or ham or bacon? I mean, you cannot do that. So delivery as a service is halal, like transportation. You have a taxi cab, you offer like transportation service to everybody, right? Without even asking your customers. Working for a liquor company or winery business is haram, although it is still delivery, but their core business actually is haram. You see? So it depends on whom you are working for. Are you a freelancer? Halal. You work for a company. The company is halal. It's a transportation company. They offer transportation service to everybody, including banks, including maybe like pork products, masana. Every now and then, I mean, we can overlook that. However, you are highly recommended to increase your sadaqah and donation on top of the zakah with the intention of getting rid of or disposing the haram, income or the money that came from haram business. I mean, just to be on the safe side.
Somebody is asking on the same context, working for a credit union, since it is different from conventional bank, is it the same as working for conventional bank?
I need to see the services that they offer. Do they have checking account? Do they have saving account? Is it a traditional saving account or a Sharia compliant saving account? Anything else, wiring, transfer, any other service actually is halal by default. But the core business of those banks, right, is, as I said, I mean they are like based on interest. The fact that this is a cooperative structure does not mean that all the services are halal, right? If they still offer a traditional saving account, then this is not a halal option. Saving account. No.
So last question, Shaykh, and then we have to proceed. Somebody about the ATM question. Actually, the question was the business owner himself purchases ATM machine, not a third party putting ATM machine in his store. Actually, him purchasing ATM, and when people withdraw money, like if you withdraw $20, will charge you $2.50 or $3 every time you withdraw money. Is this halal?
I think we already answered that. We said that people use either debit card or a credit card for cash withdrawal. Charging money for debit card is fine, because this is your own money that you withdraw. Charging money for cash withdrawal using your credit card is not allowed. But I need to ask you, because I do not know. Who is charging the interest? Is it the ATM machine owner or the bank that is lending the money?
Can you
Most
elaborate?
probably, before I hear your answer, most probably the one who is charging the interest is the lending bank. It makes a lot of sense. You borrow money, cash from the bank, the lending institute is the one who's charging you interest. ATM machine guy or owner is charging you just a lump sum service fees, like $12 per transaction. If that is proven, then you can have ATM machine. Okay. What if someone used his credit card? How many charges you charge him? Toll charge, like service fees? And what else? So the credit card company actually is the one who is charging him interest, although he gets the money on the spot from you. And the credit card company pays you back with interest? With no interest? So your customer withdraw $100. He took it 100. You receive $100 cash from the credit card company, and you charge your customer $2 or $3. Okay, and he will be charged 100. He will be charged maybe 3 or 4% APR by his lending institute. Well, I do not see any problem here. No.
So it is halal.
Apparently, yeah.
Okay. So you said you have to ask the questions in written. Go ahead, brother.
A little bit tricky because the chef earlier mentioned, was it fairplay? It's in regard to auction. People will post a picture for a car. You get a buyer will pay for it, even though you don't know what the bidding price would be. Did you elaborate more on that? Did you mention fairplay?
No, the price actually is well known. The price actually is posted there. Yeah, the price is there, and you are recommended to bid on that particular price. If you win, okay, they ask you to pay a deposit, right? And they go ahead and they purchase out of pocket. They buy the car. They transfer the title to themselves, so they become the owners. This is actually one of the conditions for the permissibility of the deal. They take the liability and the responsibility of purchasing the car, and then they transfer the car to you. You see? So there is an actual sale agreement takes place by the third party, by the mediator. They buy it for $20,000. They sell it back to you for $20,000 cash plus $500 markup. And if you decide to go installment, they charge you $500 plus 5% APR, halal APR in this case, because they purchased the car before selling it back to you. They took the responsibility, the liability of owning the car before selling it back to you. See the difference? If it is done this way, yes. Yeah. It's a lot of transparency. I mean, you know that they're going to charge you $500 service fees. I mean, they have website, they want to make their money.
Only if the price is known beforehand. So usually options report there is a bid now or price if you want to pay for it.
Well, even if the price is not known, at the end of the day, they will not buy the car unless you want to buy it, unless you win the bid, right? Unless they are convinced that yes, this is the fair market value of the car. They have their own business. They know how to go to KBB and check, or to the CarMax and find out, the retail value versus the wholesale value. I mean, it is a business by itself. It has its own secrets and all, techniques on how to determine the value. So they know very well how to handle the business and how to make some reasonable profit to keep their prices competitive with others. And they show you if you go to FairPay, FairPy.com, FairPay. They show you how much you will be saving money if you go with them versus you going to the auction and buy it, for more transparency.
Okay, can we inshallah maybe proceed with this before the end of the day, inshallah ta'ala, proceed with this chapter, and the rest of the questions inshallah ta'ala they are coming inshallah.
Late registration fees actually is a confusing issue. You want to register your kids in the local Islamic school. They offer you early bird, early registration for $200, okay, $200 per month per student. If you register your kids before April of the school year. The school year starts in August. If you register them before the end of April of the year, it's going to be $200, right, per child, per student, per month. If you register from May all the way to the beginning of the school year, right, it's going to be $250. If you walk in register, after the beginning of the school year, they charge you late registration fees, and they make $350. Some people think that the late registration fees actually is haram here. Well, it is not, because you did not purchase that service from the school yet. Okay? School actually is giving you three options. Early registration, $200. Regular registration on time, $250. Late registration, it's going to be $350. You cause a lot of interruption. You disturb the whole system when you just walk in and bring your child, your kid, in the beginning of the school year. They are not prepared or fully prepared to accommodate your son. That's why they charge you more. From a fiqh perspective, you did not commit yourself. You did not like purchase that package of registering your son for one complete school year. You go just month by month. Okay. If you want to purchase that service, education service for your son, in the month of September after beginning the school year, then you pay 350. You take it or leave it. So late registration fees actually is not the late fees that is haram. It is something else. So prior to registration, there is no agreement between the school and the student. So the late fees are not actually penalties, rather a higher price for the same service, higher price. So you're good to go. Penalty clause actually is different. Stipulating a penalty clause if a client's account is delinquent on a monthly payment, this would be considered interest. Okay. Penalty clause actually, if it is called penalty clause, although it is a late fee, you're supposed to pay every single month. If you do not pay, then you will be charged extra. If they call that extra charge penalty clause, it doesn't make any difference. At the end of the day, it is a kind of late fees and it is haram. So again, we do not care about the names that they use, we care about the essence and the reality of the agreement.
Can I clarify something about late registration?
Sure.
So if you mentioned something about the school tuition. If somebody sign a contract or an application to register his son or her daughter, and they are supposed to pay, let's say by 1st of December or the last day of December 31st. If they don't, but they are enrolled students, they already signed the application. So if they don't pay by a certain time, then they are charged extra fees. Is this considered late fees?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is late fees and it is haram.
It is haram.
Yes.
So somebody can ask question, how this is different from the way?
Because in your scenario, you already signed an agreement. You already purchased the service of sending your child for one complete year. The price actually is well known and the service is well known. But you did not pay on time. That's why you have to pay extra. That is a late fee. But here, actually, there was no pre-agreement between you and the school. You did not sign an agreement yet, verbal or written one.
How about you, everything is part of the agreement, which means the application, if you pay by December 31st, the amount is $300. If you don't pay by December 31st, then the amount is $400. And everything is the application. And then you have the chance by December 31st. If you paid, is it $300? If you exceed that due date, then you have to pay.
No pre-commitment. You're good to go.
So this
different,
is halal.
Yeah, different prices based on the time of purchasing the service.
Okay.
I do not see any problem with it. Allah.
Okay. تفضل.
طيب. So keeping unlawful wealth after repentance. Just imagine that someone worked for a conventional bank for the last 50 years and then he got retired. He's now maybe 70 plus or 80 years old. Already his wealth is established from a haram source. He was working for a conventional bank. His source of income was purely haram and he wanted to repent to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala before passing away. If you want to go with the mainstream fatwa, with the four madhahib or most of the madhahib, they do not consider the illegal or the prohibited ownership as a legitimate ownership. يعني المال الحرام لا يتملك شرعا. That is the Shafi'i school of thought that I belong to by training, right? And if you go with the other madhahib, it's almost the same. If you generate money in a haram way, you are not recognized as the legal owner of the money. The money actually is not yours. And in order for you to repent to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you have to dispose and to get rid all the haram money that you have. Now let's be just practical. Think about it this way. 80 years old man or woman already established his or herself with a house and car and retirement account and having like a wonderful financial situation, 80 years old. And he or she wants to repent to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because of the sin that he has committed in the past by working for a conventional bank or for any haram business. If you go with the mainstream fatwa, then he has to compromise all what he has. He has to become a homeless before passing away. Do you think that the rahmah and the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would mandate on him compromising all what he has collected in the past? You are actually making the tawbah for those people very tough and very hard. In our fiqh council, actually, we went with the Ibn Taymiyyah opinion, rahmatullahi alayh. He said, hold on. It's very simple, very easy. Sincere repentance to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is more than enough to permit the transactions, all the transactions that have taken place before, not the current transactions. If you are in the middle of an interest-bearing loan, I gave 5,000 to Shaykh Yasin. I told him, you have to pay me $6,000 by the end of 2023. Right? Deal, sign, he took the money. And then in between, I repented to Allah Azza wa Jal. I realized that what I have done actually is wrong, is haram. I want to repent to Allah Azza wa Jal. وَإِن تُبْتُمْ فَلَكُمْ رُؤُوسُ أَمْوَالِكُمْ. Based on my repentance, I have to limit myself to only 5,000. Keep the 1,000 extra, give me just my principal, and you're good to go. This is actually an active or current or in progress, if you wish, transaction. That is way different from an old transactions, okay? That guy actually worked for a bank for 30, 40, 50 years. And actually the riba is gone, the money is there, he is now well established, and that's it. We're not talking about current transaction, we're talking about something that took place actually in the past. For that particular individual, in this particular scenario, he does not have to compromise one single dollar from the money that he generated in a haram way. Based on the ayah, on the saying of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, فَمَنْ جَاءَهُ مَوْعِظَةٌ مِّن رَبِّهِ فَانْتَهَى فَلَهُ مَا سَلَفَ. Whosoever received an admonition from his Lord subhanahu wa ta'ala, consequently quit with a sincere repentance that, Ya Allah, I will not commit that sin anymore, then your sincere repentance is more than enough to permit the money or the haram money that you have generated in the past. Keep everything as is, enjoy the rest of your life, strengthen your connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, make a promise or refresh your intention and your promise and your oath that you will not commit that sin anymore, and you are absolutely good to go. You don't have to worry about whatever has happened in the past. So working for a bank or a mortgage company, gambling, working for a bar, etc. Okay, repentance purifies wealth. Genuinely feeling regret and changing one's conduct is enough to purify that wealth and make its use lawful according to the ayah. فَمَنْ جَاءَهُ مَوْعِظَةٌ مِّن رَبِّهِ. Okay, a reasonable approach. This is actually a very reasonable approach and fits perfectly fine for Muslims in the US. Do not make it hard make it easy for them. Go with the Ibn Taymiyyah fatwa and tell people, listen, stay as is. Afallahu amma salaf, do not commit that sin anymore. You get to go. With few exceptions. Again, if the money is stolen, if the money is embezzled, if the money is extorted, taken by force, that money still has a legitimate owner. It has to be paid back. But money collected from liquor business, money collected from riba business, you don't have to worry about it. Because actually that money has been given to you by choice and not by force. So you are the legitimate owner, you are the legal owner of that money. And your repentance actually is more than enough to. So intrinsic prohibition, okay, unlawful wealth that has intrinsic prohibition like liquor or pork products or so is different in ruling. Unlawful wealth is not to be discarded entirely. Sorry, unlawful wealth is to be, like someone actually repented to Allah Azza wa Jalla and he still has some liquor items, right? Can you sell after the repentance and you make use of the money? No, you cannot. It's too late. Once you repent, you repent. We're not talking about liquor items or adult entertainment items or gambling or tobacco. No, we're talking about something already have passed, something happened in the past, and everything you have now is only cash money or properties have been purchased with that cash money. You have retirement account, you have house, you have cars, you have a side business, everything, alhamdulillah, looks fine. Stay as is. You don't have to worry about what happened in the past. Reparation rule, who can read this one for me? Would you please? طيب. Any other? Sister, go ahead. Legal dispute? طيب. Can you read more, please? So, reparation rule, you were in dispute with your business partner, with somebody else. After 5 years, the judge actually found out that he is guilty and he's supposed to pay you $500,000. So he starts calculating interest on that $500,000 since 5 years ago. And you are entitled by the law of the land to get that money. Can you take that money? Can you take that money? It reminds us with whatever we have discussed maybe 2 hours ago regarding those inmates who pay for they call it the bail, right? The bail, or otherwise if you overpaid, the IRS, right? They pay you back the principal or the extra amount plus interest. That's almost the same case. But this is actually a judgment, like a discretionary judgment by the judge. You are in dispute with your business partner or somebody else, and then after 4 or 5 years, the whole issue was settled, and the judge found out that he is a guilty one. He has to pay you back in 2015 or 16, $500,000. He imposes interest on that. Can you receive that money? That's a very critical question, because it's not written, it's not mandated, but this is a very common practice. This is the mainstream practice. And we said several times, al-ma'ruf urfan kal-mashrut shartan. Whatever is well known as a prevailing custom is equivalent to the binding agreement. So I would say stay away from that extra money, dispose it, do not take it, the reparation money, because that is a kind of riba al-jahli. As we said yesterday, people used to lend to one another based on interest-free loan, and upon the maturity of the loan, they would introduce the interest. Okay, you want more time, that's fine, but you need to pay me more, right? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited that. So rightful owners are unknown. It might happen that you do not know who is the right owner. Would you please read for me, Akhi? Yes.
The money has to be getting rid of by paying it for the benefit of the society. Of course, it wouldn't be counted as sadaqah. However, if the relative is in need for that money, then he can take what suffices his need.
Let's say, for example, that you found out that a certain part of your wealth is a haram one, and you want to clear your record with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But meanwhile, you are a needy individual. You desperately need that money. Does it make any sense to give that money to needy individuals and to forget yourself? No, ibda binafsik. You can keep that money, right? But you permit that money for yourself because of your need. Although, you admit that I have to dispose that money, but because of my need, I will keep that money. That would be fine. So repentance before gaining interest. This is actually where we apply the ayah, وَأَن تُبْتُمْ فَلَكُمْ رُؤُوسُ أَمْوَالِكُمْ لَا تَظْلِمُونَ وَلَا تُظْلَمُونَ. Receiving money after repentance. Okay, let me choose. Okay, Shaykh, I'm going to put you in this spot. If others
owe someone money due to haram service he provided before accepting Islam, yet receive this money after
embracing Islam,
it is better for him to dispose the money, but he doesn't have to. This is because he is entitled to that money before becoming a Muslim. Accepting Islam necessitates negating all previous sins.
So someone actually was offering like a haram service, any haram service. He did that service prior to accepting Islam. Okay, so the other party was owing him $10,000. Before receiving the check, that guy actually accepted Islam, and the service has been delivered, rendered already, right? Is he still entitled for that money? Yes, because actually it was done and the money was due before accepting Islam. You see the difference? Versus somebody else actually who did it after accepting Islam, well, that's haram. I mean, you are offering a haram service. Unlawful source of income. If an employee's main source of income is an unlawful job, it is allowed for him to keep that job until he finds another alternative, providing he is in dire need for the income. Even if you work for a conventional bank and this is the only opportunity you have and you need that money, do not quit your job. Do not. Once you find more halal or a pure halal option, quit the bank and just go there. But do not quit at a sudden and you leave your family members unsustained or untaken care of. Yeah, you limit yourself to whatever you need. You make $8,000 from the bank, you need only $6,000, okay? Like to live your normal life and to cover your, legitimate expenses. Limit yourself to only $6,000, and the rest actually is still haram. I mean, you cannot use it. Repentance of a borrower. Now you borrowed money. Anything, I mean, you can do. You are the one who is paying interest. What should you do? Just pay off the principal, and if you can increase your interest payment, okay, I mean, just to get rid of the rest, especially if you are involved in mortgage, for example. As I said today or yesterday, if you pay extra, the extra amount will go toward the principal, consequently reduces the interest. If you cannot get rid of the interest, then you can keep the interest to the minimum. فَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُمْ. So repentance would entail immediately ceasing to engage in these practices. Do not borrow money with interest, period. And number two, feel like a burning sense of regret and nadamu ala ma fat. To resolve to never resort to that act ever again. No need to cleanse his wealth because he was giving interest, not collecting interest. So we're talking about the borrower, not the lender. Okay, disposing haram money, again, it is an act of devotion, but it's not technically counted as a sadaqah, because Prophet ﷺ said, "Inna Allah Ta'ala tayyibun la yaqulu illa tayyiba." So you cannot donate something that is haram with the intention of sadaqah, but you can you should dispose the haram money with the intention of getting rid of the haram money, and this is a rewardable act by itself. As we said before, وَمَنْ هَمَّ بِسَيِّئَةٍ فَلَمْ يَعْمَلْهَا كتبها الله له عنده حسنة كاملة. Whosoever planned to commit a sin, yet he refrained out of God-fearing, it will be counted for him as a hasanah. You were able to use that money for yourself, or to spend that money on yourself or on your dependent. Yet, out of your own will, by choice and not by force, you have chosen to dispose that money. Well, that's something will be appreciated by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
So we stop here tonight, alhamdulillah, and we really thank and appreciate the teaching of Shaykh Al-Qudah, mashallah, has been with us all day. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward him, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless him, bless his knowledge, and reward him for what he's doing for our communities. Inshallah ta'ala, we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, inshallah, we'll continue the issues and financial transactions that left. Primarily, they were going to cover the insurance. What else, Shaykh?
We have
life insurance.
We have
student loans, cryptocurrency, mortgages. Yeah. So inshallah ta'ala, we'll see you tomorrow. Breakfast will start 9:30, the class will start 10, and tomorrow is a shorter day. We're going to go from 10 to 3 p.m. So inshallah ta'ala, tomorrow from 10 to 3 p.m. inshallah ta'ala. جزاكم الله خير شيخ لعلك تختم.
طيب جزاكم الله خير inshallah. We'll see you all. As I said, I mean, if you still have some comments or questions, please keep them until tomorrow inshallah, and we'll be more than happy to discuss them with you. بارك الله فيكم. صلى الله على محمد.